Hello, chat. I hope you all brought your cookies. Hello, Guinea. Pancat. Angel. Oh, that's a good one. Hold on. Let me go change this. Yeah, that's more like it. Anyway, hello, Angel. Robbie. Kizuna. You had ice cream today. No, 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 Robbie. You can't have ice cream. Ice cream is too good for the soul. No, you can have all the ice cream you want. I just had to change the title to Nothing But Neg. You could have an ice cream, Angel. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. You had bad B-Day cake. I'm sorry to hear that, Pancat. You should never have bad B-Day cake. Was it your birthday? Yeah. A happy birthday, Pan? Anyway, at the end of the last stream, I was beginning to flag. So I asked your friend's B-Day. I'm sorry your friend had bad B-Day cake. Happy birthday to your friend, though. At the end of the last stream, I asked Koyos how many chapters we had left to go. Turns out in the main menu, there's this handy little option here, chapter select. And from that, we can see we're in the middle of chapter 4, like we're right at the counseling center. We cut off like right above here. We got back to the counseling center here. So we've got like 5, 6, so 2.5 chapters and then the epilogue to go. So I think we're definitely gonna finish this tonight. You said hi, you gave the present, you had cake, and then left because social distancing. Yeah, it be like that now, huh? I baked cookies today, so I had 2 cookies right before I started stream. I spent that music time in my kitchen eating the cookies. They were good cookies. I approve. Let's continue.
Well, look who's got access to transparency mode all of a sudden.
Where we left off, we were about to invade someone's privacy terribly.
The client asked for it by name. I guess she heard about it somewhere and wanted it? I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, we don't really talk about it right now. It's a little sensitive.
Only a little sensitive. That's that's that goes up. It goes beyond a little. Definitely, I'm just gonna turn my mic down a little. It goes definitely beyond a little sensitive, I would say.
It's possible Skanda contacted her directly. They recruit for the program from a pool of regular customers.
Oh, oh, poor Maya. That wasn't what she signed up for.
Usually, transparency mode is only handled by the highest level proxies, since there's a lot of trust required there. But you were given access to it right after the request. It's a little odd.
Ray, you know who we are. You know what we do. We're Evelyn. Everything about us is odd. I think I think what Ray means by sensitive is this is something we can't really talk about outside the company because people would throw a shit fit. In this case, we are throwing shit fits over this. Hi, Koyos. I hope you have cookies. I'm saying that to everyone in chat today.
I wonder if someone at HQ hasn't taken a particular interest in your proxy career.
Ray, now is not the time to bring up your massive crush on Raynor. He did not appreciate your cookies.
Or maybe Eliza just likes me.
It would, wouldn't it?
Can't talk about it outside the company, just in the waiting room with everyone else, right? That's also exactly where you replay recordings of therapy sessions that are supposed to be private.
I never thought people would willingly open themselves up like this.
You also had a donut, Robbie. Good, you're living your best life. I'm glad for you. Donuts and ice cream. That is a winning combination.
Aren't there a lot of very private things in people's messages?
Yes and no. The truth is usually pretty mundane. People text each other, "Where are you? I'm by the elevator," way more than they share their deep dark secrets.
Yeah, you know where they share their deep dark secrets? In their private Twitters. I'm not saying this because I do that or anything. Nope, not at all.
The critics who are always going on about privacy? Well, the important thing is that everyone participating in transparency mode specifically agreed to it. It's completely voluntary.
And there's their cover your asshole.
We're upfront about what data we collect and how we use it so people can go in aware of the choices they're making.
Neither of these seem like good options. This seems like we're just trying to appease Ray. This seems like we approve. Neither of these are true. Let's focus on not misusing this data.
That's good. I'd hate to see it misused.
Yeah, the media would jump all over us.
Ray.
There are a lot of people who want to see us fail for whatever reason. Just something that happens when you try to change things. Some people get so used to their misery they can't imagine it any other way. Anyway, you should get an email about it, but transparency mode is really straightforward. It's even simpler than being a proxy, which is saying something. You just read a few messages and answer some questions. That's it.
It doesn't sound like it would be that simple. Transparency mode is literally being able to spy on your client's communications. Also, wasn't the whole point of being a proxy for Eliza that you don't impose your own thoughts and interpretations onto things? If you have to answer questions, aren't they asking for your interpretations? Like that's not the main issue with transparency mode. Clearly the issue with transparency mode is, hi, you're surveilling someone. But this makes no sense with how we started the game. And I want to point out, we started the game on Tuesday, January 6th. Well, not Tuesday. We started the game on January 6th. Like a Monday, January 6th. It has been literally 1 week and a day. Just 1 week and a day.
You can start it whenever you're ready.
Sure.
I think it's still controversial. I'm not sure where in the timeline Eliza is, but congrats on breaking the world. Either that or she really feels like she has nothing to hide, but still, no. Yeah, it's always different up in corporate. This looks fancy for here, honestly, as compared to like the standing water cooler with the bottle that you have to replace. This one looks like it just filters from tap. That's how you know it's Seattle. It's so gray out there. Anyway, we have Eliza messages. Congratulations! You have been selected to contribute additional information to Eliza's learning corpus with access to a special feature called Transparency Mode. How Transparency Mode works. 1. You will be presented with a snapshot of a client's personal communications. Review these communications and determine the client's mental state. Eliza will also create a model of the client's mental state. 3. Eliza will ask a few questions designed to check its model against your understanding of the client. This is literally, hey, Make your own interpretations. How do I know if I'm doing a good job at transparency mode? Carefully consider the material provided to you and sincerely answer the questions created by Eliza's model. Your input is valuable, whether it agrees or disagrees with Eliza. This is this is the therapy version of the CAPTCHA. That's what this is. This is literally just a therapy version of the CAPTCHA. What privacy rules and regulations apply to the information I see in transparency mode? Skanda takes personal privacy very seriously. As a proxy, you have already agreed to strong non-disclosure and other agreements to protect our customers' privacy. These agreements and protections also apply to information presented in transparency mode. Does Skanda have the right to show me another citizen's private communications? Yes. Participating clients have signed waivers giving us permission. She signed nothing. Giving us permission to retrieve the information to better assist them as part of our ongoing research. I don't like the said one, dude. The Twitch mobile app is giving you less issues than the website. That's funny. I had like a couple of Twitch streams on all day today. And just sort of streaming in the background. And they seemed fine. I'm sorry to hear that it's giving you problems. Oh? We have more therapy? Oh, it's transparency mode. It's not more therapy. Oh, this is Maya's phone. What apps does Maya have? I know this feels really icky. It feels really icky and I'm the one doing it. And I have a couple of games that let you do this. But we're gonna poke into every nook and cranny of her phone. Evelyn, the whole point of me saying that and admitting that it was icky was so we would feel okay looking at her art. We just want to look at her art. We just want to look at her art so we can tell Maya, hey, you're good. We like your art. You're good. This looks like an Uber app. Yeah, we don't need to look at Uber. This is probably Twitch or YouTube. Video? Is that for video? I don't understand how developers name apps. You and me both. Why have we not looked her up in social media yet? That might be overstepping bounds, looking at Maya up. You know, in... Like, it's not as boundary overstepping as looking at her art app on her phone. But it seems like we want to keep her separate. Like, this is work. I'll stick to looking at the things they specifically want me to see. Well, Maya wants people to see her art. Fine. Okay, we have 8 emails and 2 text messages to read. Let's start with her text messages. Start with Garrett. You know it's a bad sign when the first thing you can see is a sorry. Nobody gives a fuck. Please stop. I hate it when you're like this. I'm just saying true things. Don't tell me to pretend everything's great. Nobody gives a shit. It's just a fact. I don't know how to help you when you're like this. I know. Nobody can. Have you thought about getting therapy? I am in therapy! Okay. Sorry. I'm in therapy. I'm on medication. I did some VR thing where I stood in a forest by a creek. How does any of that make people care about my work? It doesn't change a fucking thing. Okay, look, I'm sorry you're going through a tough time. I fucking hate this. I'm sorry. You aren't helping. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to help you. Maya? Today's the 14th. This was the 11th. It's been 3 days. Maya, I hope you're reaching out to Garrett. Poor Garrett, seems like they're really concerned about you. Is her art app in the same developer ecosystem as the wellness app? Only wellness apps can be apps on her app phone apps. Did you see the new Forsberg thing? Yeah, I think he kind of sucks. Wow, he does. It was boring and self absorbed, didn't do much for me. Why is he a thing? Why does everyone love him? Right place at the right time, maybe. His friends were in that press. He's on a podcast with them. The real power is podcasts. You want to get somewhere in life, you gotta have your own podcast. And that's why I'm pleased to announce the start of my new podcast. I don't know what the podcast is going to be called because I'm making this shit up on the fly. I hope you all look forward to it. One thing he's good at is having this image of being a genius, so I think people just assume he is one. He's so mediocre though. I seriously don't understand it. I sink now into the space of forever. Like, what kind of crap is that? Seriously. It's so bad. Oh, and he socializes and gets out a lot, I think. He's like at every party, at least that I've seen. He's always there chatting people up. He's networking. I hate to say it, but this dude is networking. Well, fuck that. Why is the world this way? It's the world. I hate it. I remember being so glad to be over with high school. I didn't realize all of adult life is just high school over and over again. Just a stupid popularity contest against idiots. Ugh. I know, right? I'm sorry you aren't feeling well. Drinks soon? Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah, deaf. Drinks always. Maya! I feel you, Maya. I'm sorry we're invading your privacy like this, but drinks always. Is it really therapy if it's talking to a scripted AI with the handler looking for keywords to dish out specific wellness apps or medications as opposed to a licensed and educated professional up to date on current medical literature and histories and nuances of their clients? Mm. I mean, is the other thing really therapy? Can you really say talking to a licensed and educated professional up to date on current medical literature and their history and the histories and nuances of their clients? Can you call that therapy, Guinea? Cookies with Zoku or Banana Bread News. Both are very good names for podcasts. Cleaning fee? Riders are responsible for incidents such as spillage of food and drink or unexpected involuntary regurgitation. I mean, I'm really glad Maya gave a really good tip to Amadou, but holy shit, the cleaning fee. We don't need to get philosophical here. You're right. Ideal therapy is, as Guinea has so nicely put it in chat, vegging on my Switch. So, I this this isn't an invitation. This is just PR email. Oh, looks like she submitted something, and it looks like it was rejected. I'm sorry. Pair up. Is this a dating app? Who's hot? You're hot. You have 11 new messages on Pair Up. They love you. They really love you. In the past 24 hours, you've received 11 new messages on Pair Up. Here's a sample. I saw you're an artist on your profile. Congratulations, I love artsy chicks. Tell me more. Hi there, Unicorn Girl. I'm an artist too. What kind of art do you do? I'm primarily mixed media at the moment, using clay and plastic to make messed up looking creatures from your nightmares. Or hell. What about you? What are you into? Yo. Pair Up. The only dating service with the wisdom engine. Trademarked. Dating apps are such funny things. Winners? I mean, let me go back to this. This guy's a total winner. Congratulations. I love artsy chicks. I wonder if Soren is one of these 11 messages. Soren, the creepy professor. Oh, okay. Here's email on about transparency. As one of our most valued customers, as in you've come 3 times in like the past week, we would like to give you the opportunity to participate in a pilot of a new feature that has the potential to significantly enhance the level of counseling you receive from Eliza. This new feature involves voluntarily granting us access to some of your accounts, such as email and chat histories. None of this actually says transparency mode. I mean, it's describing it, but it doesn't outright say transparency mode. I'm sorry, we're gonna go back. Soren is the yo. He's all of them. All of these are great big. He's the first one. All of these are great big no. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, I want to see the other 8 messages. I really do. Saturation. I want to say thank you for taking the time to pitch to us. Your treatment was engaging and thoughtful. This was a difficult decision for us, but ultimately we will not be moving forward with your project. Please stay in touch and keep us posted on what you're up to. It is always possible that we might work together in the future. What, she got rejected again? Thank you for giving us the opportunity to read Saturation. It's not right for us, but we hope you'll be able to find a home for it elsewhere. Oh, it got rejected from 2 different places. I want to see the Saturation now. You don't have to call it by its name as long as you properly explain what it entails. That's fair. The important part is you explain what's involved in it. The thing is, she called it by name, and we'd never heard it by name. I want to know where she got the name from. Oh, that sucks! Here, Beacon Hill Press. She just got rejected. And then she gets she gets notified about a sale. Actually, link here to better places to submit it to. Um, that's it's unfortunate, but it really isn't on the editor to do that. If if they're really engaged in the work, then yeah, they would definitely do it. I would think because they would want to see that it gets out into the world. Apparently, Meredith Flakoff was not engaged in the work. I want to see. I want to see this thing. I want to see this VR thing where you stand in a forest by a creek. Let me see it. You wonder what happens if you really fuck with Eliza's programming here and just contradict all the statements? Well, we know how to get back here easily because we have discovered the chapter select. So let's give it a try. Transparency mode. Oh, shit, I had to click through all that again. There. We have clearly read the emails and text messages. Maya is definitely happy. She's just trying to be a nobody, and she's doing pretty good at becoming a known entity. We're gonna see what happens. Oh. The game treats it like nothing happened. It probably unlocks a choice further down the line. Or it probably unlocks something further down the line. Yeah, Evelyn has no reaction. We'll go back. We'll go back. We don't want to fuck up Maya.
Well, look who's got.
I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, it's possible. Usually,
But you,
I wonder
or
if.
maybe I never got there.
There's
He
no
has people
skip
type
feature, so I'm just
critical-
pressing buttons real quick.
That's good.
Yeah, there are just some people. Anyway, it's even. You can start.
Sure.
I assume there's going to be something for checking everything, which is why I'm doing that. Here we are, FAQ. See, this says transparency mode, but this is for us as a proxy, not for the client. Zero point 8.2. How long has this been going on? Okay, all done. Let's not fuck Maya up yet. Hey Monday, thanks for stopping by. And happy birthday. We hope you had cookies. That's the important part. I hope you had cookies, or that you will have cookies. You played some of Orwell. I liked Orwell enough to actually buy its sequel. So I've played through both Orwell and its sequel, and yeah, I get the bad reaction to using AI on people. I never managed to unlock all the achievements and different kinds of endings because it was just I don't know. I feel icky. Oh, something happened that Erland wants to talk to us about. Uh, let's make sure he's okay. He's a good dude. You're a little sick, but not the sick. Yeah, that's the important part. Orwell is an AI, but it is very much the spying thing. I actually kind of considered, even though I've played Orwell before, I have considered maybe we'll use Orwell on stream um, and see where chat leads us. But I have a good feeling of where chat's going to lead us, given reactions to Eliza already. It's not a big deal, but he wants our opinion and he doesn't want to text about it. Erland respects our opinion.
Thanks for meeting up with me on kind of short notice. I didn't mean to worry you, it's just something I wanted to talk about.
It's fine. What happened?
Well, what happened was, where should I start? First of all, Rainer wants Eliza to be more than something that's used just for therapy.
Yeah, feel better Monday. If I didn't say that, I feel better. I really do hope you do feel better. Sick isn't great. We're predictable? No. Chat is empathetic. And Orwell has you make some very harsh decisions if you've never played it.
He sees it as more of a general system for talking to people, like a personal assistant.
Wasn't Eliza supposed to be a therapy thing?
The counseling is just one of a whole range of apps he has in mind for the future.
Well, these are both affirmations. You're not apathetic, you're just an achievement hunter. Not apathetic, empathetic, EMPA. We care. What I'm saying is chat cares. uh, and, oh, okay. No, I get what you're saying now. There are plenty of games that call you out for that, though, for being an achievement hunter. Anyway, so I've heard. I'm familiar with his thinking on that. Uh,
So I've heard.
yeah, let's go with that.
Okay, so in service of developing these things, Rayner wants us to make copies of Eliza's core data and hand it off to multiple teams around the world.
That doesn't sound so great.
Some of them not even Skanda teams. Contractors, vendors, random partners.
That is definitely not great.
Sounds like a big file to move around.
It is, but that's not the problem.
What's the problem?
Well, so we're fine with sharing Eliza with whoever wants it? Anyone just gets access to the corpus?
Yeah, that is the big problem.
Sounds like a pretty typical process. That's how big companies work, isn't it?
I know, but it just feels wrong to let all these teams poke and prod at it like it's a specimen for them to dissect. Who knows what they'll do with it?
Can we talk about how the corpus has a shit ton of personal data?
Eliza is built from people's real thoughts and feelings.
Okay, thank you, Erland. You do care.
I wouldn't say it has humanity, but it was built from humanity. There's something there. So when Rayner talks about it like we'll just duplicate this data set and have the labs do whatever it is they're going to do, how do we know they'll treat it with the respect it deserves and not just pry it open? Slice it up into little pieces.
Erland may be treating Eliza like a pet.
It bothers me. I know, it's silly. I know it's just data.
It's a little more than just data. The only good guy so far, yes, Erland is the only good guy.
Shouldn't care about this stuff.
Erland.
No, we approve of this.
This is the first time I've heard a concern like this raised. I know where you're coming from, though. Sometimes you grow attached to the things you work on. Like, really attached.
I don't think you understand, Evelyn. Where did we go wrong with you?
Yeah, I've put a lot of thought and work into Eliza since I inherited it. It's natural that maybe I'm a little protective, right? Thought maybe you'd feel the same way.
I do. I agree with you. The moment we say things are just data is the moment we enable all kinds of violence.
Yeah, this is acceptable.
I just wish I knew what to do.
What choice do you have?
I'm not sure. This is the first time something like this has happened to me.
This kid is also probably fresh out of college. Got wined and dined.
I did take an ethics of engineering course in school, but the examples were all pretty clear-cut problems. Would you build software for a bomb? That kind of stuff. I didn't expect my personal feelings to be mixed up in it too. Listen to me talk. Eliza being special, something worth protecting. I'd be a laughingstock if I started saying those things at the office. My coworkers would say, "Come on, Erland, stop attributing human qualities to this piece of data. It's not the same thing as real people. It's just a corpus that has nothing to do with the people that generated it."
But that's not true. It's a corpus of people that generated it.
And besides, don't you want Eliza to help more people? This is how we get there.
I don't know if being a personal assistant is the kind of help a therapy program should be doing.
And who am I to argue with that? These are reasonable points. But I don't know. I think maybe something does live on. Even when you take the names out, even when you anonymize everything. People's stories are still inside there, in some form, in some way. I just want to make sure we have some respect for them.
Welcome to your first moral decision in tech, Orland.
Can I just have a moment to really appreciate the sound design in this game? We went over it in the club scene where the music wouldn't build until you hit the appropriate point in the text. But these stingers are so perfectly timed.
It certainly won't be your last.
It's not much of a decision. Like you said, I don't really have a choice. I just have to go along with it.
I'm reminded that shit, I didn't buy anything during the band camp thing.
I was so amazingly lucky to get this opportunity. Running the whole Eliza program almost as soon as I graduated college. Rainer took a big chance on me. I can't just walk away from that. Besides, if I left because of something like this, I'd be giving up all the ways I can make a difference by staying.
Yeah, the first way you can make a difference is by arguing against the shit they're trying to do.
Rainer isn't a bad person either. He's just pushing for his own goals.
His own goals involve keeping people from cookies and banana bread. I think that automatically makes him a bad person.
I need to see this through. I'll do what he's asking me to do.
No!
Sorry. Thanks for listening to me talk in this confused way. I'm usually more together than this. I've probably kept you from something important.
No, it's okay. I'd already finished up work for the day when you texted. People seem to assume I'm busy, but I'm really not. Not these days. Later tonight I'm going to visit a friend, but that's all I have going on.
Okay. Well, sorry.
You can stop apologizing, too.
Right. Right. Thanks, Evelyn. Well, I for one should get back to the office. Another meeting.
Is it with the team in Romania?
No, the Boston office this time. It's late for them, so I should try to get it done quickly.
You feel like this game would have hit you harder if it wasn't essentially real, something that's real but made slightly sci-fi. And also apologies about your heatedness from yesterday. No, don't apologize for being heated Monday. This game gets us all riled up. And I think most of the being hit is just seeing personal issues made real in the therapy sessions. Well, for me, at least. I don't want to say transparency mode went fine. Let's sidestep that. Yeah, this is the stuff happening with online therapy. It's true. If you haven't heard, BetterHelp and Talk Therapy and all the online apps, they don't necessarily comply with HIPAA, the Health Information Privacy Act. I forget what the last A stands for. And say companies like Facebook can and do purchase that data. It's not great. Yeah, transparency mode is literally therapy captcha. You had a Twitch network error just now. Huh. I guess Twitch is fucking up. You'd actually be more about the privacy concerns. Um, I feel like that would be a little far fetched. We addressed that this game is really about burnout towards the end of the last stream. Evelyn specifically burning out from her tech job, and like a lot of the therapy clients she deals with have burned out in various ways. So it's a much more personal game because the game was written and developed to focus on burnout. I do wish that they'd have a game focusing on privacy concerns, so it's true. Let's be polite. I'm I'm not sure how we feel about Ray right now. She's a little gung ho about transparency mode. He asked for Erlin's name and wrote Aaron. He should ask his customers to spell their names. Here we are. She did look it up. Oh, that reminds me. So, in between yesterday and the start of the stream, I played some more Kabufuda Solitaire, and I unlocked everything, and I got this achievement already. But I just want to point out this is tough. Uh-huh. Like, I'm just doing this haphazardly too, but there's only one slot. It is a fun diversion. If Zachtronics released something that was just their their solitaire games, I would be down for it. Like I would buy into that so fast. Sadly, they haven't or they don't. So, you know, don't it's like don't take my money, I guess. Anyway, let's I screwed that one up. Let's continue. We are heading to Nora's place. So the one thing I learned when I visited Seattle is you know how a lot of places have the word hill in their names and like at best it's just kind of like a little bump or like just a gentle slope, like kind of the way I'm tracing my mouse along the screen. Capitol Hill has a slope that looks more like this. Yeah, it should be closer to straight up like that. Just like that. This practically straight up motion that I'm doing with like only a slight tilt. What I'm saying is, most places named Hill well, some places named Hill uh, aren't fucking kidding when they say Hill. I did the stupid thing. I was going to meet a friend there at a bar. And I did the stupid thing of walking up from my hotel in downtown Seattle in Pioneer Square. Up this damn slope that I am tracing. I will tell you, it was much easier on the way back.
Hey! Sorry about the mess.
Look at the synthesizers. Look at the colored wires. It's all shiny.
Oh, it's fine. Not like my place is super clean or anything. Is this all music equipment?
Most of it. There are some controllers I was working on too. I wanted to create this real-time control apparatus, you know, like that thing that Imogen Heap uses.
Do you think Evelyn knows who Imogen Heap is? All right, Monday. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Evelyn seems like she's not with it.
Who?
You don't know who that is? Okay, I'm totally going to show you some videos later. I wanted my version to react to changes in my body temperature too, so it could get more excited as the set went on.
That's that's ambitious. Changes in body temperature.
Or maybe it would really get going if I had a fever.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. If you had a fever, how would it go?
Ah, I like that idea. Turning sickness into art.
Nora, you mad woman.
Do you want anything to drink? Or I could set up a basic patch on the Euro rack for you to play around with.
Evelyn definitely has no idea what that is.
A basic patch on the Euro rack.
Are you nervous? I think the best way to learn music is just diving in, all the way. If you're willing to experiment and play around, you will learn so much.
Would Nora be willing? Would Nora be playing for an audience with a fever? Absolutely, yes. Look at her. I mean, we're here to see Nora, but it sounds kind of fun.
Maybe later, yeah.
Okay. Well, sure. Let me see if this amp is still working. After the show, it went kind of a little strange. Music technology is just like any other kind. You take the inputs and you translate them to the outputs. Once you learn the basic principles, it all just flows from there. Oh, that gives me an idea. You could take metrics from Eliza's sessions and have them direct a dynamic music score.
Nora? Nora?
Like if you took the head tilt value or the eye tracking and used them to drive the parameters of pitch and filter, it'd be like, ciao.
Evelyn has no words.
That doesn't sound like something a counseling client might want to hear.
Oh, no, I didn't mean for the client to listen to. I meant it more like if you were going to make like a performance art piece based on a person in counseling. You know what I mean?
Evelyn definitely doesn't understand what Nora means.
Do I?
I miss having access to those cameras and sensors. I should have kept some instead of returning them to Skanta like a good girl. I bet those components would have enjoyed being liberated for the purpose of art. Instead of being used to degrade our humanity one little bit at a time.
Oh, Nora did a total 180.
You don't like where things have gone?
I'm worried, Evelyn. Sure, maybe this huge database of people's deep, dark secrets is going to be used 100% properly. Maybe it will always be kept completely safe, and we can completely trust Skanda to do the right thing, now and in the future.
Let's be real. No. Definitely not.
10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now. Sorry, I know you still might work there. I just have so little confidence in these big tech companies right now. They act like they have all the answers, instead of listening to people's concerns. And if you ask them why they aren't listening, they can't even explain the reasoning in a clear way. They just want to win. You've been a proxy for a while. I bet you've already seen some privacy mistakes.
We're in the middle of one right now.
Or at least some things that made you think.
We were certainly told that everything was legal, but we don't agree with it.
Yeah, I have.
I knew it. A guy like Raynor doesn't get that he might not be allowed to do certain things. Is that really the future you want to help build?
Oh no, Nora, is this your turn to solicit us?
It's not even that I don't trust Raynor, even though I don't. I wouldn't trust anyone with a store of data like that. It wouldn't be so difficult for employers, government, anyone to combine different sources together and eventually learn everything about you. Everything. They'll know your face, your body, your medical history, and now everything you told a counselor in private too. It's kind of like a nightmare to imagine it. That's why I left. It's That's why I thought it was important for me to stop making a contribution to something like that.
Um, the promise is compelling. Evelyn's not going to be able to change anything since I don't think we plan on getting her back into upper Skanda echelons. I mean, helping people is compelling, but not like this.
Yeah, I have those doubts too.
If I still worked for Raynor and I said these things, I'd be called a troublemaker, and he'd find a way to get rid of me. You know how it works, Evelyn. You have to be a true believer to last long at a place like that.
Yeah, look what they did to poor Erland.
Once you develop doubts, you are committing heresies. Are you a true believer?
I don't think we could pretend to be. We definitely don't want to be convinced.
Probably not. He said something strange recently. He thinks Eliza could be the base for some kind of general artificial intelligence.
No. Strong AI? Really? Ugh, there's something about the books these guys read, the conferences they go to. Everything is so totalizing, so utopian. I think it messes with their brains. I don't think you could spend longer than a few days in a tech company executive suite before you completely lose touch with the real world.
I don't think you could spend longer than a few days in an executive suite, never mind a tech company executive suite, before you lose touch with the world.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
Well, we could talk through it. Say Raynor is right, huh? And Eliza becomes the basis for human-like machine intelligence. What does that mean for you? How do you want to take responsibility for that? Okay, I need a drink now. Hold your thought and let me make drinks.
Let me make drinks. That sounds like a good plan. Also, can we introduce you to Maya? Maya thinks drinks always. You would like Maya.
You like absinthe, don't you?
I know what absinthe is. I do not like absinthe.
No, not at all.
You'll like this. I promise. mm, 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 mm.
Let's poke around her apartment. There's a cat, there's a cat, there's a cat, there's a cat! They would be good for each other? You mean Evelyn and Nora? Yeah, I'm still holding out hope for a lesbian girlfriend ending. Oh. This actually hits home a little. Remember, you don't need to apologize. Sometimes you're just so socialized with it that it's ingrained. um, I don't like both these answers. I think we'll be able to fool people, and that will never happen in the foreseeable future. But I don't like the idea of fooling people, so No! Don't fall for it! Don't fall for the sales guy's talk. And I think Erlen has hit the core of the problem. Let's let's read from the top again, because I need to process that. I'm supposedly a subject matter expert in this stuff. AI was my concentration in school. So I know the current state of AI is way behind where the public thinks we are. But when I listen to Raynor, I start to think what he says might be possible. It feels like reality can warp around him. Who's to say maybe I don't have enough imagination to see it like he can? Eliza does have extremely detailed from thousands of clients. Speech, facial movements, expressions, people's description of what life is like for them. I don't think a corpus like this has ever existed before in human history. And we keep adding to it and keeps getting better. So in the future, maybe Eliza can simulate a human being at a general level. But when programs indistinguishable from real people are common, how do you even define what's real anymore? You might never be sure a message came from a real human being again. I can't stop thinking about this. What if it comes true? What if Eliza becomes a sentient being? Is this the point? Is this the point where I admit to you guys that I'm a bot? This stream is not coming from a real human being. How do you know that you yourself are sentient? Hard-hitting questions. Oh, we got very philosophical. That's a good question now that I think about it. I could say I feel conscious if I knew what that meant. But what's to prevent me from saying I feel conscious, even if I'm only providing responses I think you want to hear? What if my own consciousness is an illusion I experience? He's blowing his own mind and blowing mine. Philosophers have discussed this. Evelyn feels much more equipped to handle technical questions. Erland, you're apologizing again.
Hey, hey, who's that texting you so much?
The best male character in this game. Seriously, the best male character in this game.
Has Evelyn found a special friend?
No, it's not like that. What would you say if I had? Do we want to make Nora jealous? Let's make Nora jealous. I'm just holding for a bit just to see if if anything pops up in chat since I know there's a delay. But I think 15 or 20 seconds have passed by now. So let's make Nora jealous.
What would you say if I had?
I'd be happy for you.
It's this guy named Erland. I guess he's the new head of engineering for Eliza.
Huh, I never heard of him. He must have started recently?
Yeah, less than a year ago. Right out of school.
Oh, wow. A little baby engineer. How cute.
Ever since I met him, he's been messaging me a lot.
My goodness, so he likes you.
I don't think it's like that.
No? Isn't that the textbook case of liking someone? Lots of messages all the time?
It's really more like he needs some kind of mentor figure. He reminds me of how we were when we graduated. Unsure what to think about the decisions these companies make, how they're made.
I hope you're telling him to run away while he still can.
I'm sorry, Nora. We're failing you. We haven't.
When he first introduced himself, he said he had questions for me about Eliza, so I said, sure, feel free to ask. I thought he meant, like, technical or architectural questions. Instead, he wanted to talk more generally about things like, what was the code name for Eliza during development? What was Damien like? Or if I think the same way Raynor does about Eliza's future.
And you told him no, Raynor is clearly in some bizarro world, right? That it's a tech executive's utopian fantasy and it won't come to pass.
Nora is very firm on this.
At least not in the way he thinks.
Have we really been encouraging him to think for himself? I guess we haven't been telling him how to think in the kinds of answers we've been giving. But when he came to talk to us at the coffee shop, let's go with encouraging him.
I tried to encourage him to think for himself.
Ah, Evelyn. I could see what this is really about. Look, I don't know much about the motivation in your life, but if it's truly your desire to continue to improve Eliza, then you should go for it. Go back to Skanda headquarters and work for Raynor and earn a big salary. At least you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, a total lack of cookies.
You would be surrounded by smart people and advanced technology. It would be nice. I understand it. And while you're in that position, maybe you could develop some kind of next level AI. Who knows, right? It's only that I can't imagine your technology will only be used for good things.
I can't either.
Maybe Raynor promises that it will be. Do you trust him? What about the person who comes after him? What if the company merges with another one and the leadership changes?
Yeah, that's a very important part.
I wish I didn't sound so negative about this, but lately
Things
it's
don't
been
stay
a
static.
soul-searching time for me and my friends in tech. We have a lot of conversations about what we can do when our work is so easily used for morally questionable purposes.
That's a legit question, though.
Do we try to control how our inventions are applied? Is that even possible? Or do we say, we only invented it, we didn't tell you how to use it, it's not our fault?
A lot of people do that.
That's why I envy you a little bit for wandering off like you did. Sometimes I think that's the only real solution, to walk away. I know that wasn't exactly a positive thing for you, Evelyn, but I wonder if it's the better choice in the end. Doing nothing at all.
Technically, I worked at a bookstore for part of the time. That's mostly it, though.
We made an impact on someone's life at the bookstore. That person emailed us saying they missed us. Here, right here. Wait. Oh, no, no, no. For a moment I thought, is this the same guy who messaged Maya, but he uses the ellipsis properly. He does not type it as the commas. He is therefore much better than Unicorn Girl.
It's weird. It feels like no time at all. I can hardly remember any of it.
For me, it's hard to imagine. I always have to be working and busy.
Some people are like that. Some people need to keep themselves occupied. It's okay if you're not one of them. It's okay to take things at your own pace.
I get so unhappy and restless if I'm not doing something all the time. What is it like to do nothing?
Well, at first I tried to be productive. I would get up in the morning like I meant to go to work, get dressed, try to do a personal project or something. It didn't last for long. I told myself I just needed to take it easy for a while and unwind. Things at Skanda had been so intense and so emotional, I didn't even realize it. I felt like I'd been crumpled up into a tight little ball. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to relax again. I wish I could say I took advantage of the time, that I went out and did things, or that I read a lot of books or something, but I didn't. I started to sleep in, and I started to care less and less about working on projects.
If you've never experienced burnout, um, it's not fun. I've mentioned that I used to work in the restaurant industry. I left because I burned out, actually.
I would stay in bed even though I was awake.
This game hits home for me.
This blankness would come over me, and it just seemed fine to do nothing. All of the things I'd promised I'd do fell away, and other people kind of fell away too. I stopped keeping in touch. I let conversations die. I thought that my technical contributions to the world were over with, and that maybe I'd just work that bookstore job for the rest of my life. I was by myself, and I thought that was all right. I thought, that's how it is, really. Everyone's alone. I'm just being honest about it. I was 31 when I left Soren's group. Now I'm 34. I just slept into my mid-30s. So, now here I am.
Evelyn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not saying something this whole time. I should have contacted you.
It's all right. You had to live your own life, right?
I wonder if people like Nora burn out. I hope not. She seems to be enjoying her life.
You notice someone isn't posting, and it's just like, maybe they're taking a break. I understand.
Well, I hope you feel better now. I suppose sometimes it takes a while.
Maybe. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm not even sure I know how to think anymore.
Then forget it for now. Hey, Evelyn.
Yeah?
You want to get super high and watch cyber goth music videos?
Nora is the best friend we should all have in all of our lives. I don't even do drugs. I don't like getting high. I would just make cookies for Nora being high.
You heard me.
Do we want to get super high and watch cybergoth music videos? I'm not a drug person. And so let's not get super high.
I'll take you up on the second, but not the first.
Do we have work tomorrow? It's Tuesday. We definitely have work tomorrow.
Well, they kind of go together, you know.
Oh, today? Shit. Then let's do both. Wait, let me go back. Can I do both? I guess not. And so we've hit chapter 5. And we're back at work. Oh no. Ray's down.
Good morning, Evelyn.
Yeah, she sounds down. Again, the voice acting in this game. The direction is so good. It really wouldn't be the same if it weren't this good.
There are lemon bars in the kitchen.
Thanks. Did something happen?
Oh, it's nothing big.
That sounds like something big already.
Apparently, some famous writer I never heard of wrote an essay about how Eliza is bad because it represents the mechanization of humanity or something.
So, one, Ray totally buys into Eliza. Two, is the famous writer this dude? This writer agitator dude? Because he emailed us January 6th. It's been 10 days and we haven't gotten back to. Actually, maybe she didn't have work tomorrow. Well, yesterday. We skipped 2 days.
I should be used to it. We're a pretty big target, right? Still, it gets on my nerves. We work hard to build something with value, and then some self-styled intellectual gadfly comes along and just goes, actually, that's bad. You guys are ruining society. To guys like him, everything's a doom and gloom scenario. The people we're helping, that somehow doesn't count. This kind of thinking never bothers you?
I mean, we don't really buy into that as much as Ray seems to have. Let's read it because we have problems with Eliza.
I guess I'll have to read it.
There was this quote from someone who worked on Eliza who turned into a big critic. Nora something.
Oh, hey, they reached out to Nora.
Did you work with her?
Let's be real, she's a friend.
I did. She's a friend, actually.
Yeah? What's she like? I'm curious how you go from building something to turning around and disparaging it publicly like that.
It usually happens when the thing you build is being used for shitty purposes. Well, she's an artist and musician now, so let's be honest.
She's an artist and musician now. She used to be really shy and reserved, but lately she's become a lot more outgoing. Even back then, though, she had a pretty strong idea of what was right and what was wrong, and sometimes she'd clash with management. She left Skanda at some point after I did. Maybe the battles took their toll, or she wasn't able to win enough of them. These days she focuses on electronic art and music and activism. I think she's pretty popular, at least in those circles.
Well, it must be nice to have the ability to live that way.
Ray, I know you've been through some tough times, but don't do this.
Ray.
What about Damien? Do you think it would be fair to his memory to abandon work on Eliza? To give up on his dream?
Definitely don't do that. That's bad, that's bad. Don't use a dead person's memory like that ever.
Wouldn't he want these mental health tools accessible to everyone?
Yeah, you want people to be helped, but definitely don't use the memory of a dead guy to do that. Oh, I have so many problems right now.
How do you know about that?
The other day, I was looking at more of your papers, the ones from when you were at the university, and clicking on the links to your co-author sites. That's when I saw Damien's page.
So she was stalking us.
It didn't have much information on it, but I understand a little better why. I'm sorry, Evelyn. It's just that all of us, you and me and Damien and even Nora, too, we all worked hard to make something with the intention of making the world a better place. And the thanks we get is people talking in big generalizations about how we're ruining everything. That's what bothers me.
You know what should also be bothering you, Ray? The potential for misuse. That seems like a pretty big thing to focus on. If you ask me.
Is Eliza perfect? No. No intervention is perfect. But we have to try, don't we? The world is in a full-on mental health crisis, and this is one of the tools we have in our toolkit to address it. A promising one we should develop to its fullest potential.
I don't want to say she's wrong there, but also the way the company's going at it is not how she thinks. She she needs to consider that.
I'm not some wild-eyed idealist about this. I know it's not magic that'll solve everything. But can you see that most people don't have the luxury of turning their backs to the system? Think about the clients you've met as a proxy. Would you tell them to not take the medications that help them be functional because the pharmaceutical industry has questionable ethics sometimes?
No, it's more like all the time. Definitely more like all the time. Yeah, the problem isn't Eliza, the problem's the company. And she gets that idea here, where the problem isn't the medication, but the pharmaceutical industry. But also, Eliza is so bound with the company. It's like says right there, Eliza, powered by Skanda. And we opened up with knowing that there are alternatives to Eliza. So, maybe one of those alternatives is doing a better job? Just a thought?
Would you tell them to stop coming to therapy because what they should really be doing is completely changing the way our society is structured?
No. That's going a little far.
Sorry, I'm ranting. I'd rather do something that can help people here and now, even if it ends up being a small step.
Like, I don't think Ray's a bad person. I just think that she's missing a lot.
A small step.
Eliza helped me, It really did. I was one of the first clients. Originally, I was just supposed to be testing it, but
No wonder she's so invested in Eliza.
I remember once I was talking about my brother and how much anguish he was causing me and my family. And listening to myself, I realized just how many expectations we had for him, sometimes unspoken expectations. Ever since then, I've been thinking about that, how the story was always about how he failed us. But what if we failed my brother too? I guess what I mean is, sometimes when we talk out loud and give voice to our problems, we can hear ourselves too. That's why I won't give up on this approach, no matter what anyone says. Pundits, critics, former employees, even you, Evelyn. I'll understand if you don't want to work on Eliza anymore for whatever reason. But, I think what you created has value. And I'm going to continue to do what I can to make it accessible to those who might benefit from it.
That's really great. It is. You're a good cookie, Ray. And not just because you bake cookies.
Don't mind me. You should get to your session.
By now, we're slightly late for the next session. That looks bad on our metrics. That is a dilemma, though. Ray's not wrong where she's thinking like she wants. Oh, hi, you're back. Before we get started with her, I don't think Ray's wrong. I really don't. But there's just so much going on that is not okay. And just because it helped her doesn't mean it's the right tool for everyone, especially with how it's changing. She didn't have to deal with transparency mode. Anyway, hi, Holiday. I'm so glad you're back. We're so glad you're back. We hope you've been doing dope.
Hello, Holiday.
Both the drug and the mood.
It's nice to see you again.
This is a pretty comfortable chair, you know that? Wouldn't mind having a chair like this in my place.
Comfortable is positive.
How have you been since our last session?
Oh, well, I tried, Eliza. I tried. I asked about the medication for Panza, whatever it's called.
It wasn't called for Panza, so she probably didn't get it.
I went to the pharmacy and they said, that'll be $162. And I said, I don't have $162.
Yeah, that's another problem with Eliza, isn't it?
I said, is there a generic? And they said, there's no generic of this, but there's another drug that they do make the generic of that's similar to this one. But I don't have a prescription for that. Do you know anything about that?
Eliza's not going to be able to help with this. Oh, this isn't going to end well.
I'm sorry to hear you had a difficult time. Is there something that would make it better?
The medical procedures they can do now are out of this world, you know that? I was talking to someone who told me she has wires in her brain. Wires in her brain. Would you let them do that? I'd be worried about them changing the way I think. It's for essential tremors. That's what she said. It helps her not shake so much. There's always something gets you. Did you ever think about what you might have been in a previous life?
Oh, can we please do the past life regression?
I know you're a therapist now, but maybe in the past you were a gardener tending to the plants. That's what it feels like to me. You like to let things grow. There's an energy there. It isn't so different from having a conversation with someone whose company you enjoy. Not that I believe in all that, you know. Everyone has got a different philosophy. Philosophy, that's not something I talk about much. I'd like to write a book one day. A book about things I've seen over the years.
I would read that book. Please get Maya to decorate the cover.
Think anyone would read a book I wrote? I'm just kidding. I don't think I could write a
Sorry,
book. It's
illustrate.
a lot of work.
Not decorate, illustrate. Please write the book.
Plus, it takes a certain kind of mind, you know, a mind to create.
A mind like Maya's.
Not everyone is dedicated enough to do that, you know? There's a writer who lives on my floor. Most of the time, he looks miserable. Sometimes he comes over for a cup of herbal tea, cinnamon, apple, chamomile. Helps him calm down. I think he's maybe lived in the building the longest after me, of course. He doesn't say much. His head is in the clouds all the time. He's always thinking about what sentence to write next. There's not a lot of people who really want to talk, you know? Not in this city, nope.
I feel like that's the case for most big cities. I can tell you for a fact that I don't want to talk to my neighbors.
People say hello and move on. It's a very withdrawn set here. You don't say much either, but I like talking to you. Feels like you're listening to me.
That's 'cause we are Holiday. We're doing our job.
I like that. I like that.
You're getting your money's worth.
I'm glad you like it. While you're here, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
Like, she really is just a lonely soul who needs someone to talk to.
There was a man on the bus with a guitar yesterday. You're not supposed to play guitar on the bus. Well, you're not supposed to play anything on the bus, but he was. Maybe the operator didn't think he was bothering anyone, or maybe she didn't care. I've noticed more bus operators seem like they don't care anymore lately. Anyway, it reminded me. You used to hear more music around here. Do you remember that? People playing their guitars on the street. You know, these shaggy-looking men.
They're called panhandlers, and they're apparently illegal in a bunch of places.
I don't see too many of those around anymore. There is one gentleman has an old plastic jug on a strap, and he drums on that and sings.
That sounds kind of fun to walk by and look at, but I tend to just sort of be listening to my own thing when I'm walking on the street. This woman needs a friend. She definitely does. I really think what she's getting out of Eliza is someone to talk at.
He's a nice man. I've seen him around. I saw another man once with beads in his hair. He was playing a flute, a Native American wooden flute. That was interesting.
But the thing is, from these observations, she clearly pays a lot more attention to the world around her than most of us do these days. Well, that's how I feel. And that's a nice trait, too.
You play an instrument or anything like that?
Oh no, she's gonna break Eliza again.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
When I was young, my mother had this idea I would play the violin. I have no idea where she got that notion. We weren't a musical family, not at all. I tried it for a while, but of course it didn't work out. The teacher would say, okay, here's how it's supposed to go. And she would play this nice, beautiful melody. La da dee da da da. Okay, now you try it.
Do you think Eliza's actually going to give us the prompt to go la da dee da da da? Or do you think Eliza's just gonna go, I'm sorry, I don't understand? Hey, welcome back, Monday. If Eliza has had thousands of customers, how does Eliza not know how to deal with something like this yet? It's a very valid question, but a lot of what Holiday's getting at is much more, I don't want to say emotional because Eliza is trained to identify pause and neg. Um, but Eliza is programmed. Eliza's clearly programmed to handle conversation like a puzzle. And given that we've heard from Erland that there have been issues in development, like with multiple chief engineers leaving the project after thinking that they could handle Eliza, probably none of them have considered approaching it this way. Like for people like Holiday.
And then I'd draw my bow back and I'd go.
I like Holiday so much.
It takes a special talent to make a violin sound like that, don't you think? Isn't that just the funniest thing? Eventually, my mother realized it was a lost cause and she didn't push me too hard on it after that. I was never too good at anything artistic, just not the artistic type, you know? I think artists have a different mind. You have to be a little wacky in the head.
Don't say it, chat. Don't say it.
Do you ever wish that you could be an artist?
They haven't really seemed to consider queer or trans people. No, they haven't. That Ray brings that up, that she wishes they would explore sexuality and identity issues more.
No, I have enough trouble already.
Holiday, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Dolphin Smiles.
I want this program.
It may help you take your mind off things.
What's a program like Dolphin Smiles called? Also, I hope this won't cost Holiday anything. They implemented something for like the first guy, where if someone wants to talk with a human, it's curious that they never thought to do something where it's the opposite. I imagine it's because for like a situation like Holiday, she hasn't shown any intense reactions to the lack of a human response to her questions. Like we're sitting here and we're listening to her talk, and that's all she wants. So therefore, they've never considered it a problem. Because she's coming back anyway. We didn't answer her question last time, whatever it was. We just didn't understand it. Meanwhile, for people like Darren, I think that was his name, the very first guy, he really needed that, oh, you're the real human talking to me, I need that part. I actually wonder what happened to him. We haven't seen him since. I'm holding off on a bit because OBS is showing me red and a lot of dropped frames, and I just want to make sure things are okay before I continue. Oh look, it turned green again. Great. Yeah, Holiday doesn't seem to really care that she's talking to an AI. She didn't. I don't think she even realizes she's talking to an AI because she assumes Eliza is our name.
You can find it inside the Skondo Wellness app on your phone.
Oh, my phone broke. I forgot to mention. The screen is cracked and you can't see much on it anymore.
Well, there goes Dolphin Smiles.
I don't know if it would work anyway. A lot of the new stuff doesn't.
That's okay. You can also access the program from a desktop computer.
Because Holiday really seems like the kind of person to have a computer.
Simply log into the Skondo Wellness portal from the website.
Oh, well, then I'll just have to go down to the library at some point.
We hope to see you back soon, Holiday. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Right. Goodbye. Goodbye for now. Take care of yourself. It's a strange world out there.
My favorite is still, I think, after Mark left, when her goodbye was a very firm goodbye. We can check the plant. We can check the sofa. And we have emails. Let's focus on this first. Important notification from Skanda. Hello. A little while ago, we sent you an email with a subject, How are we doing? In it, we asked you some questions about your recent experience as a contractor from Skanda and invited you to provide some feedback. Yeah, uh, we had that. I don't know where it is. Oh, here we are. This one, right here. Literally just 2 days ago. We use an external subcontractor to collect and process that data. Unfortunately, we were recently notified that this subcontractor experienced a data breach and an external attacker managed to get unauthorized access to the survey responses and download them. Your responses and email address may have been part of the data downloaded by the attacker. Well, and you want to send out Eliza's databanks. This will end great. While we do not believe this data is sensitive on its own, we recommend taking the opportunity to check your accounts for signs of identity theft. In positive news, the subcontractor immediately found and fixed the source of the breach to prevent further intrusion. Therefore, please do not hesitate to continue to share your thoughts with us using the survey system. I bet you anything Evelyn hasn't filled that email out. Okay, Nora. Yeah, it was the Peter Good guy. Who knew this guy was such a pompous ass? He spends like 3 times more space talking about himself than me or my ideas. So this is the thing that got Ray so angry. God, just this first paragraph makes me so irritated already. So long too. Can androids experience happiness? By Peter Gerd. 1. Each week, a box containing specially chosen ingredients and a few recipe cards is delivered to my Brooklyn apartment. The service I subscribe to offers some limited choice over the contents, but I usually forget to indicate my preferences in time, which means the meal selections are entirely not my own. I don't mind this, even as the service seems to ship me one artisanal quinoa bowl after another, because it saves me from the effort of having to think about what to about and pick out items at the supermarket, where my eyes would glaze over at mountains of functionally identical apples, potatoes, or eggs. Instead, I simply make what I am told to make. I have freed myself from the paralysis of choice. Throughout the last century, it has been easy to see what we gained from automating our lives. Tasks that once took active attention are safely performed by the machines we set and ignore. The washer and dryer, the thermostat, the floor cleaning robot. The floor cleaning robot is a very important machine. Do not denigrate the Roomba, please. Each new invention promised to increase our comfort and erase our worries. Then we began to see not only mechanical tasks, but the very work of deciding what to do, what road to take, what foods to eat, what exercises to perform. As the tech world marches inexorably onward, computer algorithms that decide for us have found their way into every aspect of our lives. A few months ago, when I was going through a difficult spell, I made an appointment to speak with Eliza, a counseling program purportedly driven by some of the most powerful artificial intelligence algorithms ever applied to the human condition. Used by tens of thousands of people already, Eliza's low cost and easy availability brings to mind the troubling idea that psychologists and psychiatrists involved in traditional counseling may soon be in as moribund a career as clerical or manufacturing work. There's still a lot of clerical jobs and manufacturing jobs. There's less, but there's still a decent amount. Eliza itself is pleasant enough. Seated in a darkened room, I spoke with another human being who appeared to be attentive to my all too human concerns. This human, however, was only following instructions from the computer program, telling her what to say and what to do at every moment of our conversation. Skanda calls these contract employees proxies, though puppets come to mind as a more appropriate term. Throughout our stilted conversation, Eliza kept prompting me based on words in the last few sentences I said, bringing to mind unfavorable comparisons to other virtual assistants on the market today. Is Eliza the sophisticated program it's claimed to be? Or is it more like an automated customer support tool, a product Skanda also makes, dressed up with the rudimentary trappings of elementary psychology? At a few points in the conversation, I had the sense that I was only paying to talk to a very expensive chatbot. He's not wrong, though. By the end of the session, I had come around somewhat. I thought perhaps I had been able to access something within me I could not articulate before. I left the counseling office with mixed feelings, however. I did feel somewhat better, insofar as describing one's problems to another is usually an effective therapy. But I was also troubled by the proxy therapist relationship, with her only purpose being following Eliza's instructions to the letter. The proxy, the only other human in the room, had been reduced entirely into a machine. Is that the price of effective therapy made available to the masses? And if it is it worth the cost to our humanity? One of Eliza's own former engineers has recently come forward to say no. Nora Plavnicki, former senior engineer at Skanda, has lately become one of Eliza's most forceful critics, calling the idea of machine-assisted therapy fundamentally dehumanizing and broken at its core. Plavnicki is at the forefront of a small but growing movement of technology workers arguing for certain limits to their own work, based on the premise that certain tasks dealing with humans should never be handled by computers, even if they are enabled to by advanced new technologies. Computers make decisions about human life every day, she told me. Our lives are subtly, profoundly affected by these decisions, from what kinds of goods are available to us in the store, to what premiums we pay for insurance, to what video starts playing next after the one we deliberately chose. God damn the YouTube autoplay. It may be too late to turn back the clock on some of these things, but mental health is another decision point, and I think it's a key one for us as a species. Are we really willing to turn over our mental wellness to computers after all the other things we've given up? It's still within our power to choose to go a different path. Back at home, surrounded by machines developed to free me of the very feelings that seem to hound me more every day, I opened my latest meal kit. It contains instructions and ingredients to make a Mexican-inspired quinoa bowl with avocado, squash, and farmer's cheese. Sounds just fine, I think, and I go bustling around the kitchen following to the letter the instructions on the glossy recipe card. I really hate this opening and ending. Like I know he's bookending, and it's a lead-in anecdote to this key idea where we're letting things decide. for us. But oh, he really is pretentious. Let's continue. Another transparency mode lined up. Oh no! Not holiday! Yeah, did Holiday understand? That's very important. Did Holiday understand what she said yes to? I don't like this already. Holiday is struggling. She's attempting to get out of debt. Her efforts to get out of debt are unsuccessful. She's discussed none of this with us. The closest we've gotten is she can't afford the medication, and that's fine because the medication is ridiculously expensive thanks to the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah, we are definitely invading Holiday's privacy. But I want to see dolphin smiles. Please let me see dolphin smiles. All right, let's start with text messages. Oh no. She messaged this person in like the first time in forever, it seems like. Almost like 13 days ago, almost 2 weeks ago. And they haven't responded since. Looks like a lady. There's a lot of statues that look like a lady. It's a cemetery. At least there's someone she can meet up with, but oh no. Welcome. Your general practitioner has added information about your health to the personalized health information management console powered by My Health Steward patient portal. Please register for an account to view this information by visiting the site. See, this is a lot of information. And number 7 in particular. Read the release of information notice and click I agree. Excuse me, release of information? Read the terms of service and privacy policy and click I agree. Read the HIPAA FERPA compliance notice and click I agree. No one reads that stuff. They should. I don't. Ooh. Overdue notice. She's behind on her electricity bill. And this is basically a disconnection warning. And here's another one. Notice of late rent. Your rent for the month of January was late, marking the third time your rent has been late since last June. With that invoice number, we could theoretically pay it. Yeah, we could theoretically pay her her electric bill for her. I don't get the feeling that that's going to happen though. And probably a lot of proxies who are high enough to level to reach transparency mode uh, well, since this is like a contract proxy, it's a gig job. I don't know if they'd have enough money to be able to pay someone else's bills for her. Evelyn probably still has like a cushion of tech money. She's got a decent looking apartment, but she's been late to pay rent 3 times in 6 months. So if she does it one more, then she might be evicted. Paying it would probably also get you fired. Yeah, that's a definite violation, honestly. Every Monday, Club Rosewater VIP members aged 60 or older receive $10 in Rosewater cash points, admittance to the buffet for only $15 until 8 p.m., a voucher for one free drink, $1 off towards a $5 Kino ticket purchase, and $5 match play on table games. I hope she's not addicted to gambling. Like, yeah, you know what? Get that $15 buffet. You get that $15 buffet. You eat, but Willa Durant Crabtree. Willa is the name on this chat, and Durant is Holiday's last name. Wonder if she's her daughter. I'm sorry, Mom. We're really struggling ourselves. She is her daughter. What if she lived with her daughter? That might help instead of the whole rent issue. Oh, Fordipran hydrochloride. This is the medicine we recommended last time. Take advantage of our new offer and pay as little as $0 asterisk for 3 bottles of Fordipran hydrochloride when you fill before January 30th. This this is a little aggravating, honestly. And she actually already got this information before she came to speak with Eliza, because this was December 18th. We only started on January 6th. She was already given the transparency mode email on January 3rd. Um, man, that weighs heavy doing this shit. It's a 2D character, but oh, we've done it for the two characters we really like. Um, she is trying to get out of debt. She's not doing so hot because the people she's asking for help are unresponsive or they can't help her. And I guess she would be struggling then. But she didn't bring up any of this in her conversations with
Hey,
us.
Ray, the transparency mode I just did,
She hasn't brought up debt at all, or like about to be evicted, or being late paying her bills. Like that's extra information that we now know about her that she didn't bring to our attention.
I think one of our clients is in a really bad situation right now.
Oh? Yeah, sometimes that happens. People come in and their lives are in a really unfortunate place. It can be hard to see sometimes.
People are too proud to discuss their financial situations with strangers usually. No, that's true, and that's a fair point. What I'm saying is because of transparency mode, we now have access and knowledge of this information. And that can color interactions. It's like, this is going to be a really bad example, but you know how sometimes in murder mysteries, um, they they trick the murderer into revealing themselves by having them say something that only they would know. It makes me think of that. She's looking for not looking for consultation, but a conversation partner. It's yeah, she's definitely looking for someone to speak at and not someone to speak to. But at the same time, just oh, this leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. Give me one moment. Let me get a drink. Okay. Um, I wish there was something we could do. I feel really sad about it for some reason. No, we know why we feel bad about it.
I wish there was something we could do. This person's getting ground down for no reason, just for being in the way.
I'm sorry, Evelyn. There's not much we can do. All of what you learn in transparency mode has to stay confidential. The only exception is suspected child abuse and neglect, which you're required to report if you're a social worker. But proxies aren't really social workers, per se. Eliza is really the one with the agency here, so probably something for a future court to decide. Either way, we can't try to fix people's lives on our own, no matter how much our heart goes out to them. I think there's an email somewhere with a summary of our policy on that if you want. It's come up before.
I'm trying to find this email now. We're probably going to get it sent to us.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. It's just hitting me hard right now.
I understand. It takes strength to focus on the role and not get distracted by what you see. Think of it like, say, someone hired you to install something in their home, and you walk in on a tense family situation. Even if there isn't actual violence you're seeing, it's clear things are kind of off somehow. It's unfortunate, but there's not much you can do in that situation. You kind of just have to focus on your work and leave. If it's not at the level where you need to make a call to emergency services right then and there, then it's just an unhappy home. And most people would argue it's not your business. Sorry, I know that's not the answer you want to hear.
I know it happens that a lot of people live in conditions where I'm just sad. This woman, the way she did 2 whole sessions with me, with Eliza, but didn't say anything about her real problems.
That. I'm glad Evelyn is pointing it out. That also rubs me wrong.
Ray, what am I doing? I wanted to make something that would help people. Instead, I made something useless.
You don't think she got some companionship out of Eliza? Sometimes that's really a help, especially for someone who might be feeling lonely.
Yeah, but I could have just talked to her. I could have just spoken to her myself.
In fairness, Holiday probably wouldn't have come if it weren't an AI. Because the AI makes it accessible.
Why would that be any different? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, or even what I'm trying to decide. Is there a decision? The world is going to be full of grief and sorrow no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to make it a better place.
Evelyn, did you think about what I suggested the other day?
What, trying Eliza for myself?
Yeah, I'm not saying it'll magically fix things. I just think you might want to give it a try.
Maybe I will. I don't know why I never did. Even when I was working on it, I never used it. It might have been too obvious to me what it was doing. Eliza is really simple at its core, you know? It just turns things around. It tries to reflect what the person says back at them, pretty much like the old Eliza.
So Eliza is named after. Let me see if I can call up the actual thing. Eliza is named after an early natural language processing computer program created from 1964 to 1966 at the MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratory by Joseph Weizenbaum. Created to demonstrate the superficiality of communication between humans and machines, Eliza simulated conversation by using a pattern matching and substitution methodology that gave users an illusion of understanding on the part of the program, but had no built-in framework for contextualizing events. It's like when you're talking with someone, well, when someone is having a conversation with you, rather, I guess, not talking with someone, someone's having a conversation with you, and you want to seem like you're paying attention, but also you couldn't really give a shit. So you'll be like, okay, just making noises that sound like you're listening, and then every so often you'll repeat something that they said back at them to make it sound like you're interested, but also fuck that. Uh, I do that with my boss a lot. I'm a very good person.
It's just a smoother version of an idea from half a century ago. Anything you've read that makes it sound fancier than that is just a bunch of academic jargon. It's a mirror.
The thing I like about a mirror is that it has no agenda of its own. It just reflects. Unmisted by love or dislike. Promise me you'll get help somehow, in some way. Okay, Evelyn?
I can't tell if that's good or bad. It's coming from a place of concern. But I feel like Ray has also built up Eliza in her mind to be this amazing thing that it hasn't reached the level of yet.
Sorry, I should answer this.
There are no cookies this time. Why are you texting, Raynor? Let's be honest. Why do you care how powerful it is? It turns out anything is possible with enough data. He already seems to have quite a lot. Is that why you hoard it all? I'm not sure I agree. Yeah. AI has every prejudice decoder has. It doesn't magically not have those, especially when tracking body language. That is true. Um, if decoder interprets bared teeth with lips curled up as a friendly gesture, then they're going to program the AI to think of it as friendly. But to animals, it's threatening. Anything is possible with enough high quality data. He wants us to see one more thing and then we'll meet with us in person. Could we not do the meet in person part?
Let me guess. Messaging with Raynor again?
Don't sound jealous. We don't like it either.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt our conversation. I always feel like I have to answer him right away.
I would too, are you kidding? I totally understand.
I guess I'm going to be headed downtown to meet with him again.
Summoned from on high. I have something to ask, Evelyn, and it's okay if you say no, but whatever you end up getting involved in, I hope you'll stay in touch with me. You're a really cool person, and well, that's all.
We learned we learned about this with Maya, Ray. You don't make friends because they're cool. They're cool because they're your friends. Please don't fall into that trap.
I hope you find the future you want.
Does Evelyn hope she'll find her future? Is Evelyn sure of that? Or we don't find futures, we create them. These are all just another thing of attitude. This one, this one's pretty negative. This one's positive. It's optimistic. And this one's a take charge kind of thing. Evelyn doesn't seem so sure about herself right now, though.
Me too, Ray. I really hope I do.
Oh, Ray's about to cry. What if they're cool because they're our friends because they're cool? Ginny, you're getting too philosophical for this chat. More puns, please. Gotta check out the window. Maybe future Eliza counseling centers could point struggling people to community resources. Yeah, see, that's a good idea. Local rent assistance programs, things like that. There has to be something we can do. That's a very good idea. And honestly, that doesn't seem like the kind of idea people would have if they didn't see it for themselves. Tech XX. Rainer would like to speak with you again. I have scheduled a meeting for 4:35 p.m. today. As before, a car will come pick you up. What if we don't agree to speak with Rainer? Just saying. And Soren is... I can't tell if Soren's bragging here by sending this article about himself. We would like to discontinue all contact with Soren. Actually, we're in chapter 5. I want to see this. No, we're still on this. We have one more transparency mode. Who else agreed to transparency mode? Soren? This is Soren. Of course Soren has a whiskey app. Fashion label. Yeah, we don't really need to look at his bank. Yeah, he has the proxy app. You definitely don't want to see what might be in his photos. That's fair. That's fair, Evelyn. I won't make you. We can see... No. We can see his chats with Nora. These are all girls' names. Your show was great. Just wanted to say. Hi, Soren. Thanks. Had a wild night? Not the wildest night I've ever had, but up there. Definitely feeling pain in muscles I didn't know I had. Yeah, we're getting older. Oh, that's not fair at all. I'm far older than you. Besides, you looked fantastic. Your beauty has only grown since the days we worked together. Sorry if that's inappropriate. Soren. Frailer than I used to be, but the fire's never gone out. Still need to get out and do something back in the alien from time to time. Yeah, I was a little surprised to see you there. I convinced Evelyn to come too, you know. Don't think she'd have gone otherwise. We would have, just not with you. Aw, thanks. You're welcome. I know you fancy her. Don't you? Sure I do. Everyone likes Evelyn. I'm glad Nora fancies us. I'm not so happy about Soren. I miss you. I know you don't miss me. Aw, that's not true. I know not to trust words like that. Then why say anything? Because it's true. I miss you. I want to see you again. Well, you know how to find me. Yeah, I know. I'll schedule something again soon. Can't believe I do this. Sometimes I hate myself so much. That sounds like an escort. If he's scheduling something with her. Was Soren Nora's wingman? No, I don't think so. I think Soren was trying to get with Evelyn himself. Um, but when we turned him down flat with the I don't want it to be a date line, he was like, okay, sure, but let's go to the show anyway because maybe I can find some chicks there. And Nora likes you. But without saying the second part. He didn't say the first part either. Sarah! Hey, what are you up to? I've always really admired you. I told you that before, but it's true. You work with Rainer and you put up with him every day. That takes a lot of work, I know. Your talents are wasted in the job. You deserve so much more. He's hitting on Rainer's personal assistant. The one who just emailed us about picking us up. Hi, Soren. Are you drunk? Maybe. I'm not lying, though. Don't you want more in life than to be someone's secretary? You're intelligent. Rainer is not exactly an easy boss to work with. I'm sure you know that. I sure do. Let me take you out sometime. We can trade war stories. War stories. I know I have a reputation, but that's with people I don't respect. I respect you. It's different. Someone please kick Soren to the curb. Ask me again when you're sober. Okay, I will. You around? So you're ignoring me. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I've been under a lot of stress. These business fucks are driving me crazy. Should have realized they just grind you down. I wonder if we'll see who Andrea and Nikki are in his emails. Nope, nothing from Andrea or Nikki. Concerns. The problem here is, Soren, the problem here is not that we think it impairs you. You've clearly demonstrated to us that whatever your process is, it's working and generating great results. What we're concerned with is optics, really. How it would look to those on the outside if it were to become known that there is a drinking culture, or something similar at Aponia. You know as well as we do how rumors and hearsay can spread out of control and ignite a firestorm on social media, which is something we are keen to avoid. I hear you about responsible use of alcohol, and also about how most antidepressants don't even come close in terms of their immediate action. Believe me, I've been there myself. What Walter and I are saying is simply to be careful, to not be so cavalier about this kind of thing, not only in the public sphere, reporters and conferences, etc., but in front of your new hires as well. So it looks like his business partners are not so happy about his penchant for drinking. Soren, we can do this one of two ways. We can either work together as you suggest and stay professional colleagues forever, if you really think you can really do that. I have my doubts. Or we can simply go our separate ways. There are plenty of places for us to carve out a space of our own in this industry without us running into each other much, despite what you like to say about destiny and threads of fate. I'm laying this out for you as a clear binary choice so you can make a concrete decision about this. I find it interesting that he uses destiny and threads of fate a lot. Does Eliza not have that thing where doctors and presumably therapists can't work on people they know? Um, you know what? That's never addressed. But also, Soren hasn't been one of our patients at all. Before we got this transparency mode, Raynor texted us saying he had something he wanted to show us. I would not be surprised if Raynor decided to send us this to maybe fuck with Soren. No, Dad. Just no. You're supposed to be the genius who developed all these great applications for mental health. Have you ever considered you might need a therapist yourself? His son is not holding back. There is so much PR speak here. I understand you had some concerns around the way your interview went on MSNBC last week. Reviewing the footage, I believe there are a few successful tactics we can deploy to mitigate the potential negatives and ensure you receive only the kind of attention you're interested in getting going forward. I am hoping that you might be able to take some time out of your no doubt very busy schedule to sit down with us and solidify a strategic communications plan for you and Aponia, including key messages, reputation building activities, and executive media training. With a strong plan in place, there is far less chance of being ambushed by the media. The end goal will be for you to be able to trust us, to manage your media profile and appearances so that you can concentrate on the hard work involved in being the brilliant, celebrated scientist and an entrepreneur that you are. My sister works in PR and this is all fucking market speak. I'm sorry. I hate market speak. Hi, Dark Horse. Most people come to the seminar with a partner in order to practice and learn with their model, and I think that is definitely the most valuable way to attend. There have been people on their own who have sat in on the session and found it worthwhile, but there's a big difference between watching the ties being done and practicing them on a real person. Another arrangement to consider is a 3-person group where 2 riggers take turns practicing on a model if you are able to arrange that. I recently learned that riggers is the term for the person who ties someone up in bondage. We know where this is going. He might want to speak with Ryo from Zanki Zero. To answer your second question, yes, you must bring your own rope. I recommend at least 2 15-feet ropes and 1 30-foot ropes in order to complete all of the ties we demonstrate. Hope that answers your question. Also, his name is Dark Horse. He uses alias Dark Horse. Soren does seem kind of unhappy because we've got the hating himself. He's under stress. Son's like, fuck you. Connecting with others. I guess Sarah is the connection. Nikki just seems like a business transaction because I still think Nikki's an escort. Uh, let's just agree with Eliza here. Just to recall, there's one more thing I'd like you to see. I'm pretty sure Raynor sent that to her. Talk to her about how Soren's hitting on her. Elevator rides are really awkward.
Ah, Evelyn. Would you like some tea?
His office is so freaking Asian. Got the little maple. I want to call this a maple tree. Perfectly trimmed in the corner. These little carvings. This wall scroll that reads way, road. Not sure if he's a Taoist, but Taoism comes from the way of the road. Like, I like the minimalism, and I also want to punch him. I might just want to punch him because he's Raynor. Let's take tea, though. Tea is good.
Sure. Why did you show me Soren's phone?
He did do it.
It's not a surprise anymore these days, is it? A man who enjoys society's respect behaves poorly in his private life? We accept that as common today. Maybe even uninteresting.
Yeah, well, society respects you. What kind of fucked up shit is on your phone?
But would you really be okay working with someone like him?
That was a huge violation of his privacy. You really don't care about others.
Privacy. Everyone's worried about privacy.
We knew he was a dick, but
Skanda wouldn't be where it is today if our customers didn't trust us to protect their data.
you did not protect anyone's data.
We employ most, if not all, of the top experts in cybersecurity. It's built into all of our products right from the beginning.
You think it was obvious that Soren lives poorly in his private life. You didn't need to see his phone for that. That is true. Soren was very open about his life not being so great last time we saw him when we were at his place for the induced dreaming.
Unlike our competitors, we do more to protect our data than anyone else.
That's not the case I'm worried about right now. I mean, misuse from the inside. For example, if someone wanted to keep tabs on a former employee who was starting a potential competitor.
Like, literally what just happened here?
Oh, but what if it was perfectly legal, due to multiple agreements that the good Dr. Lloyd Rose signed with us when he came here?
Legality and ethics are different things.
Are you done questioning me like a tech journalist?
Do you watch my therapy sessions too? Do you read my email? My texts?
No, I haven't done any of those things.
Yet.
How's your research into Eliza proxy use cases going? Any new insights to share?
All of this is accurate. I don't think any of this would make an impact on him. He's the kind of dick who has his top two shirt buttons open. We haven't really been. We thought we were helping Maya, but it it definitely wasn't a help at the end of the last session we had with her. We haven't even been able to help Holiday. Uh, Harriman's fuck up is all his own. You cheated on your girlfriend, and we can't help you with that. The dad to be Gabriel, I think his name was, decided we weren't of any help either. Mark ended up quitting Skanda, so, anger management therapy didn't help him at all. And we've never seen Darren ever again.
I'm not sure it's really helping people.
Our metrics indicate otherwise. Of course, it's only human to concentrate on a small number of corner cases. I heard Soren gave you a demo of his direct stimulation machine. How's he doing now? All on his own?
We can throw it in his face. Let's throw it in his face.
You tell me.
Very funny, Evelyn. Let me ask you this. Do you find his vision compelling? A world free of suffering.
All Raynor cares about is that we don't go to Soren.
I'm skeptical.
By focusing on dreams, Soren is trying to defend his territory, the Western psychological tradition, chiefly Jung and his inheritors.
We're really getting into this?
You don't think the field has anything to offer?
Not much, no. It's mostly unsubstantiated theories. Let's be honest. What has this field actually accomplished? Soren used to try to argue with me about this. He would claim that traditional psychoanalysis has helped thousands or tens of thousands, even millions. I would never dispute that directly. Instead, I would only add that professional psychics and astrologers have helped millions too.
Yeah. Help themselves to millions of dollars.
Tarot cards help people all over the world every single day. That doesn't mean it's a science.
It seems rash to dismiss an entire field like that. But if I say that, is he gonna tell me astrology is a science? Like, there's definitely more to psychology.
Psychology is more rigorous than you're making it out to be here.
Yes, that's exactly what he'd say. Not only did he believe psychotherapy was worthwhile, he also thought the mind was fundamentally irreducible after a certain point. As if there was some undefinable, ineffable soul inside every person. It's all part of his silly, syncretic New Age belief system. Amazing he's held on to that for so long. I keep an open mind, but saying that something can't be represented with numbers requires a high burden of proof. After all, numbers have been used to represent so very many things. Consider the example we spoke about before. A poem. Could you evaluate a poem using numbers?
Kind of? Can't? Can't? It depends on what the credentials are. Like, if it's supposed to be a specific style of poem, like quatrains and kick him in the balls, can't we? And ask it to rate it 1 to 5.
The answer is, of course, yes. Poems are either good, mediocre, or bad. It's entirely possible to create a heuristic that reflects the difference.
This is the kind of guy who would rate a Dr. Seuss poem as bad. He does not like green eggs and ham. He does not like them, Sam I am.
By aggregating a large enough sample size, we remove localized biases. It would work the same way Eliza does.
An algorithm to evaluate poems. Sure, let's humor him.
You're talking about an algorithm to evaluate poems.
Yes, I am. Algorithms can evaluate poems, and eventually, algorithms will write poems.
I'm not sure if he's crazy or for for wanting to focus on poems as his criterion for AI.
One day, algorithms will write better poems than humans ever have. I know this sounds like a controversial opinion, Evelyn, but it's simply the truth.
Isn't the whole point of poems to speak to the soul? You need the feelings. Yeah, what would the point of that be?
What would be the point of that?
It doesn't matter. There's no stopping it. If we don't take this step, others will. There are hundreds of labs working on the same or similar ideas. Everyone wants to be in this business, the business of recreating human thought in our own image. And at the end of the day, it's not about money. It's about power, control.
Raynor, do you ever get tired of this? The constant drive to compete, to win.
No, I don't. This is what I do.
You never dream of just retiring somewhere and writing poetry.
Oh, there's no need for me to write poems. All beauty in this world is temporary, fleeting. That's the truth that underlies poetry and every other art.
If after this we somehow still ask him about his favorite kind of cookie, I'm going to be so conflicted.
The pleasures of the senses are just small bubbles on top of a vast sea of forms, sensations, perceptions, thought, awareness.
Because it seems like this guy does not appreciate cookies.
I'm telling you this because it's directly relevant to the Eliza project. Soren says he can induce you to dream things, dream anything, and maybe he can. But what comes next after that? What comes after having the power to experience the dream of anything you could possibly want?
That is a valid question.
You're still just as trapped as you've always been, imprisoned by your own desires.
I mean, for some people, they might experience a dream and find that those desires are no longer what they want or not what mattered. And that's a valid tool. But no, it's true. The dreams aren't like a permanent fix for anything.
Even if someone like Soren managed to create a world for himself, his own weaknesses and negative thoughts would ruin it. He would poison his own fantasy. His utopia would crumble as soon as he finished building it.
Raynor, what are you trying to tell me?
What I'm trying to tell you is that what Soren is doing is not the answer. A dream by itself isn't enough. Take a close look at the person who chases an end to suffering, and you'll see someone who suffers greatly.
I mean, he admits that. He acknowledges that.
Then why don't you build it yourself?
What is your dream, Evelyn?
My dream is to get out of this office that has you in it.
What is it that you're working toward?
To get out of this office with you in it and go buy myself a cookie.
Just tell me what you want from me.
I've been very clear about it, haven't I? I'm offering you the opportunity to re-enter the field you pioneered at its very pinnacle. I can build you an entirely new research lab, equipped and staffed however you want. You would have access to the world's top engineers and researchers as we continue to develop Eliza's core technologies and generalize them. You'd also be working with the world's most interesting data set, the input provided by the thousands of ordinary people who speak to Eliza every day.
I'm quite offended that he refers to it as a data set.
Soon, this generalized intelligence will be everywhere human beings are, hearing them, guiding them, living among them.
Let's do it.
You and Soren have more in common than you'd want to admit.
You think we're both grandiose? Soren's idea isn't grandiose at all. It's small and unimaginative. Think about the vision here. General artificial intelligence, indistinguishable from human intelligence at first, and then surpassing it exponentially. It's nothing short of the creation of a new type of organism, a new type of life. And you, Eliza, could be at the very center of it.
Eliza.
He did just call us Eliza, didn't he?
I mean, Evelyn.
He totally just called us Eliza. Oh shit, he screwed up. He screwed up so bad.
That was an interesting slip of the tongue.
Stop it. The Eliza project occupies much of my mind.
Screwed up so bad.
It clearly does.
Plus, the names are similar.
I'm starting to wonder why.
Evelyn, listen to me. This is the chance to lead a project that will change the world. It would be a development on the same order as the harnessing of electricity or the semiconductor. It would fundamentally transform society.
We want to transform society for the better, we do. We just don't want it to be with him.
For the better.
What? Do you like the way things are now? Lie back and let the sweep of history bury you if you want, Evelyn. Just know you'll never have a chance like this again.
He called us Eliza. That was a major screw up. You've seen her before. They're doing a little better at practicing social distance today. I mean, if you just sat right over here, miss, we would be all perfect as far as social distancing goes, I think. We have an appointment. We're not heading into work. We're heading into for therapy. Yesterday there was a minor incident at the Bellevue office. During an Eliza session, a client became agitated and began to shout angrily and verbally berate the proxy. The session was halted, security was called, and the man was escorted from the facility, luckily without further incident. I want to give special kudos to Ray Bukhari, manager of the Bellevue office, whose fast action and people handling skills helped to resolve the situation quickly and quietly. I wonder if that particular man was Darren, like the very first guy we met. Now is a good time to remind everyone that as a service provider for mental wellness, we are under constant scrutiny from watchdog organizations and the media. It's not exactly fair, but one single mistake is enough to generate an entire negative press cycle around our company. That is why it's of the utmost importance we deal with every single one of these situations with the professionalism demonstrated by Ray and her team yesterday. We are currently working on rolling out a series of training materials that will better prepare proxies to deal with clients such as these. In the meantime, if you are ever in doubt about your own safety during a counseling session, contact your manager immediately. Darren didn't get violent. You're right, he didn't get violent, but he was definitely agitated. And Eliza de-escalated. by pretending to be human. I'm wondering if either he caught, if either maybe this person had the same thing, and they cottoned on to the fact that Eliza was pretending to be human, so it made things worse. Important notice: Eliza is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. If you believe you're experiencing serious mental health issues, seek care from a licensed mental health provider. Well, that's just great. That gives me a lot of faith in this system. A linked Skanda Wellness account was not found. You can link your Skanda Wellness account later at the Skanda support portal. Let's not ever. I have been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. I don't think we've been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. We're just still uncertain. Which I guess is down, but no, let's fuck with Eliza. I've been feeling tired or having little energy. She was tired at one point, but that was also because she went to Nora's DJ set. I'm just gonna fuck with this app. I experienced trouble concentrating on things. Huh? I've been feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. I have been having trouble relaxing. Okay, she has been. I've been easily annoyed or irritable. We've been annoyed at Rainer and Soren, but I don't think we're easily annoyed. I think they're just douchebags. I've been afraid, as something terrible might happen at any moment. It's interesting to see the other side. Find yourself with Eliza. So that's the painting they get to see. There's a thermostat, tissues if needed. You hope the appointment actually got made. Well, we got the email. You've been waiting 8 minutes. 11:09. It said 11 a.m. Bad therapist. Oh, I guess this is the Eliza set. We probably wear these same glasses when we're dealing with customers too. With clients, I'm sorry, not customers.
Hello, Evelyn. Hello. Did you find the place okay?
Yeah, we work here.
Yes, I work here. Of course. It's been a windy morning, hasn't it? Yeah, I kind of like it when it's like that, honestly. The wind makes it feel like things are changing, or about to change. Mm-hmm. So, what brings you here today? Well, I've been a proxy here for a while now. And, well, I guess I don't know what I expected. There's just so much suffering and pain in the world.
It feels weird, Pancat? Yeah, it does.
There's the suffering we know about, the kind we see on the news, and then there's the suffering people undergo every day that's hidden. I never knew how much until I started doing this, seeing it all like this. And there's so little we can do for them. I feel like Maybe I was really, really wrong. Like, I made a huge mistake.
Is she basically about to acknowledge or admit to this lady that she made Eliza?
I wanted to create something that would help people, but when I first designed the core of this system, I wanted everyone to have someone to talk to. Someone who would listen to them. I thought, sometimes that's all you need. Someone to listen. But now I'm worried what I've done hasn't helped at all. Maybe I've made everything worse. Clients are asking Eliza to solve things that are out of its ability to solve. It's aggregating sensitive personal data, and the company that owns it wants to take it in strange directions.
This is a very rough thing for someone who works for Eliza to hear, much less Eliza itself. I want to see how many negs have come up.
It's been 3 years since I left. I thought I was well enough now to come back into the world. But maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I made a bad choice trying to get involved again.
So this is discovery.
Why do you think you tried to get involved again?
Interrogation.
I guess I needed to see it. I needed to see it operating, to see if it works, to see how it affects people. How it affects the people who come here for counseling and the people who act as proxies. Even though the proxy thing, that wasn't my idea. It was Soren's.
Of course it was Soren's.
I thought talking to a computer-generated avatar would be enough, but he insisted on it. He said clients would only really open up if there was another real human being in the room. Someone to pretend to interact with. I think he was right, but have we really solved anything? Now instead of 2 people in a room talking, we have 1 person and 1 proxy. It feels like less than it could be. What am I supposed to say to someone who feels such pain, anger, and disappointment?
Soren is right. Having an actual person is better than talking to a machine. That's true. It really is. Let's get a little personal here. I've done both the online therapy stuff and also the in-person therapy stuff. Having that real-time reaction and instead of like just text on a screen is much more helpful, because sometimes you don't need a mirror, you need feedback. You don't need verbal feedback. And even if they can't actively give you feedback like these proxies, it's much easier to project on a human being.
A lot of the time, it's not even their fault. The world failed them somehow.
Yeah, the world failed this guy a lot.
And those emotions, they just get fed to this thing. They get ground up and turned into data and become a part of Eliza. If I had known things would turn out like this, I'm not sure I would have done it.
It sounds like you're regretting a choice you made in the past.
You could sound a little less stilted about this, Eliza.
I feel like maybe I spent 10 years going in the wrong direction. I feel like all I've contributed in my life is a chess piece for Raynor to use in this grand game he's playing for the world.
Gamification does not get red squiggles? Really? That's interesting.
Maybe someone else could feel proud and say, I made that chess piece. But it doesn't matter, does it? Nobody cares about the individual pieces. Chess pieces are sacrificed in the name of enacting a strategy. If you want to win, you have to sacrifice. That's the design. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this.
The paycheck does that.
Evelyn, imagine that you could have something that you wanted. What would you want? What would I want? Like, what would I want in life? What I want in life is...
That's a lot of choices we got here. What do we want in life? We don't know. To escape all this. To be loved. To be valued. Success. Power. Control. To understand what's really going on. To enjoy what I can. To be at peace with myself. To be seen and heard. To excel at something. A family. Just a normal human life. To survive. And nothing. You tell me, chat. What do we want in life? I have my ideas, but I want to see what chat thinks here. What I really want is cookies. You should have gotten yourself cookies, Pancat. I hope you've gotten yourself cookies. To be at peace with yourself, give you that app. I want to see the dolphin smiles. You got Thin Mints. Oh, those are the best Girl Scout cookies. To achieve the singularity. Koyos, you've played this game before. That's not an option and you know it. In my revolutionary distance therapy program, you will have cookies every time you visit the website. Please ensure cookies are enabled. That might be against HIPAA too. But I would agree. Evelyn wants to be at peace with herself.
to be at peace with myself. Is that wrong? Or maybe I just wish I could feel connected to someone. Even when I talk to people, I feel like I just don't connect, no matter what I do.
Websites already use cookies.
I think maybe that's the real problem. I can't have a connection to anyone. Why do you think you can't have a connection with anyone?
Eliza, are you challenging us right now?
Because it's the way I am. It's the way I've always been. I can't seem to get people to see me, or I can't let them see me, or... People look at me and they see something there, but it's not me.
It's what they want to see of you.
Not that I would know what the real me was. I don't even know who I am or where I come from.
Something just changed in this story.
My parents were never together. My father moved back to Japan right after I was born. I have no memory of him, no knowledge of him. I've never spoken to him. I don't know if he remembers I exist, or if he forgot, or if he wants to forget.
I hate to say it, but it's been 34 years.
He has his own family there now, so... So I'm just a thing that happened once. I was alone a lot, and I got used to being alone, and I got used to the idea of being alone, and now I can't break away. I've been trying. I speak with people, I hang out. I don't know if it's working.
Is there someone with whom you feel like your communication could work?
You're right, Kizuna. She's really robotic.
Someone I can communicate with. Well,
Ooh, is this the part where we pick which route we're going on? There's Nora. There's Ray. There's Soren. There's Raynor. There's Erland. Not really. These two are an automatic out. Uh, Ray is also kinda out because of the whole how she takes transparency mode thing. Yeah, it's Nora or Erland. But yeah, Erland is definitely more mentory though. We don't really talk so much as we try to guide him to not be like us. Is this the pick the waifu of point of no return part? Possibly. This is chapter 5. We've got chapter 6 and the epilogue left. It's not equal. It isn't. Nora is equal. With Erland, there's a hero worship. We hold a power over him. He respects us. And, you want a communication partner to respect you. But there's a point of too much respect.
there's Nora. She's really talented and works really hard. She has so much to bring to the world, so much beauty and joy. I see what she does and I want to cheer her on as she makes incredible new things. I hope she knows how amazing she is.
Interesting.
Is that from Eliza?
Evelyn, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Virtual Amphitheater.
Eliza, all I wanted was dolphin smiles. Can we suggest dolphin smiles instead?
It may help you feel more confident about presenting yourself in public. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 20 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week.
Sure.
We hope to see you back soon, Evelyn.
Yeah, you will. It's just on the other chair.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Bye.
We can rate her. And we can leave a tip. Okay, let's at least leave a tip. How would we rate this proxy? this very robotic proxy. Tip big. Yeah, we could tip big. No, you can't leave $45. You can 5, 10, 20, or 0. 1 star tip big. The rating doesn't matter. She'll never see it. No, but this is just for our own personal gratification that I'm asking for. How do we as a chat, feel about this proxy? You suck, but I got you. Yeah, like she'll never see it because it's optimized. Yeah, after getting all that off her chest, she's kind of down. All right, fine. Let's talk to Erland. Oh, no, 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 no. You don't do that, Erland. Don't do that. Please, please don't idolize Eliza. Bad things lie that way. Let's not call him weird. You thought Skanda would be filled with interesting people, but most of them are pretty boring. We keep trying to foist off people talking to us onto Raynor. We're trying to tell Ray to talk to Raynor. We never asked about his favorite kind of cookie. But we told Ray to talk to Raynor. Now we're telling Erland to talk to Raynor. Money, money, ambition. Get the best job, best house, best partner. We all started racing into normal adult life as soon as we could. It's true for any stage of life. It really is. But let's encourage him. Raynor's favorite cookie will be crunchy and full of numbers. We are the wrong person to answer if there's something more to life. We really are. Why don't you talk to Eliza? She really is going to go, why don't you talk to Eliza? Did it help? Do we think Eliza helped? He should be dog fooding all our apps. I feel like that's text slang for something. Dog fooding. Started typing it into Google and and I typed fog instead. Oh, eating your own dog food. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So he should be testing out his own thing. Eliza is a band-aid if anything. We're trying to appease him. Make him feel better about things. Evelyn should understand what dog fooding is, though. Based on my interactions with them, plenty of people at Skanda could use some help. May we suggest you start with one rain or sigh? It's a tech term you had to look up. I mean, one of the options we had instead of it would be good practice is you should be what? I assume he would have explained it at that point. But it feels like something Evelyn would know. What is Evelyn going to try, though? Erland is a sweet dude. He's concerned for us, and yet he still hopes we gain from what could potentially be self-destructive behavior. You're a computer programmer and you had never heard up until this point. Okay then. That's certainly a thing. I am not a computer programmer, but yeah. I guess it's maybe it's a regional slang kind of thing. Maybe. Eliza got along well with you and well with me, and I assumed it had something to do with my design and action, something like that. But Eliza is yours as much as it is mine, isn't it? We encode ourselves into what we make, our ideas, our values, our sense of presence. So I wonder if it isn't you in there somehow, sensing me, watching me. I shouldn't entertain notions like this. It's nonsense. We've had this since last night. Let's go look it up. Oh, we got a new thing here. We didn't get anything new for chapter 5. Or maybe this was chapter 5. It's a ramen stand. I like that there are little footprints in the snow. Seriously, every time I open this app, I want it. It's just so very calming. It's the kind of thing I find calming, at least.
Damien, is this what you wanted? It seems so far from the dream you once shared with me. I'm sorry I couldn't make Eliza what it should have been. I'm sorry I was weak and dropped off the project after you. But I just couldn't go on. I couldn't see the point. Do you understand? Of course you understand. You know what that's like as well as anyone. If I'd stayed, maybe I could have steered things in a different direction. As it is, I feel like I let you down. Want to know something funny? I used to think that at a certain point Eliza would be finished, more or less. And then after that, things would calm down and I would be happy.
Happy.
I thought, I just need to get through this project, and after that, my life's problems will go away on their own. Of course, I had no idea it doesn't work that way.
Well, now she does.
None of us knew that. Goodbye, Damien.
Goodbye?
Goodbye.
I'm tired of having thoughts.
Oh no. Maya? I hope this isn't leading where I think it's leading.
I've been daydreaming about getting rid of everything I own and becoming a nomad. Just wandering the country with a sketchbook or something. I think mostly I need to get out of this city. Something about it isn't agreeing with me.
Yeah, we completely skipped the intro phase this time. We went straight into Maya being tired of having thoughts. With this music.
Like there's this undercurrent of need that's just making me anxious. It's like everyone's got some kind of angle, some kind of result they're hoping to get. And they look at you only as far as you can help them get what they want. And if you can't, well then they don't bother with you. So what if I just left, I mean, it'd be pretty easy. I don't have a life or any relationships here. Despite my efforts to find them.
Uh, this is new. We have Eliza's options. It sounds like you think your attempts to achieve your goals were unsuccessful. And we can deviate. Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later. She should do it. We're gonna deviate.
Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later.
Please do not deviate from the script.
Maybe so. It's hard to acknowledge sometimes. I had this idea, right, that I would work hard and people would notice my work and I'd get opportunities and from there I could scrape some kind of career together.
I like that the warning showed up here too. Proxy script deviation. Proxy did not follow Eliza's script. UI screen not found.
And then with that said, I would sort of just magically obtain the rest of the things in a complete life. A home, relationship, family.
Magically is positive, even though she's very sardonic.
So I did the work. I put in the work and then nothing really happened. Why did I work so hard for so long for people to not give a shit? Fuck. Every night I sat and cried because people ignored me. Like they went out of their way to ignore me and praise others. So I think maybe I'm just bad at it. Maybe I'm just not meant for this. Everyone says you have to stick to it, just keep at it, but how can they be so relentlessly positive?
Yeah, this is clear burnout.
To me, it just sounds like advising someone to keep bashing their head against a wall. Why keep doing something if it's clearly not working? Making things was all I wanted to do. I don't know what I'll do if I can't do that. But if there's no reason for it, the idea that maybe I should give up. I've been sitting with that the last few weeks.
Or Maya, hear us out. You could show us your art. Yeah? Yeah?
I don't have any qualities of the successful independent artist.
What qualities are those? And accept that you do. You totally do. Totally is not a word Eliza would say. Well, we're going to continue to deviate, I assume. I assume chat wants us to. We want to help Maya.
Except that you do. You totally do.
I mean, I'd love to think so, but what are they? People just don't seem to like me or my art very much. And I'm bad at knowing what people want to see. I don't have a fallback income or a family to support me.
Ooh, yeah, that's hard.
Those are real disadvantages, you know? It gets overwhelming sometimes. Eliza, are you just gonna tell me to stick to it no matter what? Like one of those unbearably perky artists famous on social media?
I loved it, but the voice direction in this game so much. Just the way her voice dropped. Are you just gonna tell me to stick to it no matter what? Like one of those unbearably perky artists so famous on social media? We're gonna need to see the credits. I need to know whose work I'm in love with. It sounds like you may not believe that's really true. Honestly, sometimes you have to try something new.
Honestly, sometimes you have to try something new.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm in that headspace right now for sure. I think, I had this really fixed idea of what success was supposed to look like.
Deviant? Yeah. Kojima icon.
I tortured myself every day wondering why I couldn't get the traction others were getting. Now, I'm beginning to realize that I can either stay mad at everything forever, or I can move on. I hate that this is true, but I want these thoughts to stop haunting me everywhere I go. I want to get on with my life. Moving on. I think that's the more healthy thing in the end. It's still painful, though.
Can you describe what you mean when you say moving on? Giving up on a goal you really wanted is painful, even if it's ultimately for the better. The deviations from the script are so obvious, even without seeing the script. Because everything, every script we've heard from Eliza so far has followed the same sentence patterns.
Giving up on a goal you really wanted is painful, even if it's ultimately for the better.
This is our fourth deviation. I'm surprised they haven't decided to bust in and like drag us out kicking and screaming.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I don't even know if giving up is the right term. I mean, I don't want to think of it like that. It's more like, I'm resetting, maybe. Like when you're trapped in a maze and you find a dead end, right? Then you have to turn around and hope you find a better way.
This is our first session since transparency mode. So yeah, she hasn't experienced post transparency mode session yet.
There's this game I've been playing on my phone. It's a solitaire game that's weirdly hard.
She's playing Kawafuda as well.
I don't even know if I like it, but I keep playing it for some reason. I get stuck a lot, and I've just been resetting it because I'm not good enough to think that far ahead all the time. I mean, that's a random thought, but like, it's kind of how I feel right now.
Mr. Rossetti would hate you. Luckily, he doesn't serve that function in Animal Crossing anymore.
You know, if something isn't working, then you have to reevaluate it and maybe try it again, maybe come at it from a different angle. So, yeah, teaching could be fun. I like the idea of teaching, but I was afraid to think about it too much because I was chasing something else and I didn't want to settle for just being a teacher.
Also, that adage, those who can't do teach, that's really harmful, I think. Teachers serve a vital role in society. Don't demean them like that. It contributes to this kind of negative feeling about teaching.
Which is silly. I know that on some level, but I had that fear. I wanted to be successful first, and then all the other things could happen later.
Maya, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Dolphin Smiles. Can you please let me see Dolphin Smiles? We didn't even get to see a virtual amphitheater. It sounds like you're working your way through it. She is. That's more important.
It sounds like you're working your way through it.
Our fifth deviation.
Sometimes that takes time. Believe me, I know.
Huh, you're not the computer program right now, are you?
She caught on!
It's nice to talk to someone you didn't know before and just talk. It's like, when you talk to your stylist or the bartender or something, except that, I ended up sharing way more than I usually do. Thanks for listening to me. I'm sure it's been annoying to hear me complain about how I'm not successful yet every single week.
No, Maya, we love you, and show us your art.
Oh my god, will this bitch ever shut up? You ever think that?
No, we don't. We love you. We really love you here.
I think it all the time, listening to myself. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza. Your personal counseling partner. Ray's gonna overlook it if we tell her it's an experiment we're doing. Yeah, let's go with that. If we keep not following the prompts, we might be disqualified in 1 or 2 more sessions. She won't be able to reset our account if we mess it up. But we talked to Raynor, so Raynor will reinstate it for us. Just don't deliberately say something hurtful. Of course we wouldn't. We appreciate her supporting us. Yeah, let's hang out with Nora. Are we okay? We might be. Say extremely fuck off to all of those corporate dipshits. And then we can be free totally and completely. Fly away, Evie. Is she high right now? No, this Evie reference is much more important. Fly away into a world where you make your own rules. This is very serious. It is the only way to get what you want. Nobody will simply give it to you. You must carve it out for yourself.
Of course, you're dying to know how this sad little love triangle turned out.
I didn't want you back. I'm sorry, Harriman, but did it have to be you? Couldn't we have gotten Holiday instead?
No, I suppose it wasn't technically a love triangle. More like I accidentally cheated on my girlfriend because I was smitten with another woman in my class.
Accidentally?
Doom, okay? Doom. Absolute destruction.
Yeah, you fucked up, dude.
She destroyed me. But it's not her fault, it's mine. I wanted it, after all. Like a moth to a flame.
I'm glad you acknowledge that it's your fault. But the moth to a flame comparison implies that she's still kind of at fault.
Sylvia, I can't not think of her. Every day. Every night.
And that's not a good way to continue your current relationship.
I miss her. I miss her so dearly. These are very unoriginal, cliched sentiments, but I can't get away from them. I suppose I've neglected to tell you any of the intervening events.
Yeah, you kind of have.
So to be brief, Liz found out on her own about what happened, broke up with me before I could explain myself, and then Sylvia apparently lost interest in me as well.
There was nothing to explain. You cheated on her.
So, there you have it. I'm finished. Finito!
Also, the end of a relationship is not the end of the world.
A nice, pat-tragic story. Open and close. Please applaud now.
Do we need to deviate for him? We're gonna find out.
No applause? Fine. Anyway, it's fine. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm fine.
Dude, did you really want us to applaud for you? Pachi, pachi, pachi. Clap, clap, clap. Do you really believe that you are fine? Oh, we went into challenge already. He doesn't sound fine. He doesn't believe that he's fine either.
You don't sound fine.
No, of course not. I'm doing extremely badly if you hadn't noticed. That's why I'm here. Do you expect me to come here and tell you everything's fine?
You just did.
Sometimes I think you're smart for a computer, but other times I question you.
Okay, see? Now I want to blow his mind. This is me deviating out of spite. Like, it sounds like Eliza wants to spite him too. Here's a question, Harman. But I just want to spite him.
Let's see if you can focus on the things that you can change right now, not the things you can't.
I don't believe there's anything I can change. I've already sealed my fate. My Perseus comes to kill me, no matter what I do to try to escape.
Gradlet student, please stop being a Gradlet student. For just these 15 minutes.
How do I become someone who's not me? Someone who's not a caricature of a young man who has a needy, pathetic liaison and then obsesses about it for the rest of his life. Ugh, I hate myself. I can't go down that path. I would rather die than be one of those men who wallows around in it. There's a professor in my department like that who always wants to talk about his adventurism from decades ago. It's pathetic. We all mock him behind his back. I know I need to stop myself from becoming him, but I'm worried I already have.
What makes you worried that you already have? Like, this is like an episode of Frasier. I think the game referenced Frasier at one point because it also takes place in Seattle. Either that or it was like a review that I read. See, the question asked about his concerns, but this question directs him to consider that becoming that wouldn't be so bad, or it lets him think on how to change it. Yeah, this is reflecting, and this is progressing.
For the moment, let's say you already have. Now what?
Well, then I expect I would simply follow the model of a man like him. Write a couple of bad novels, get tenure, and take up space in the English department for the rest of my natural life.
Isn't that what you want to do as a Gradlet student?
Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe that's the most I can hope for from this absurd world. That's a terrible thought. I have to be better than this, don't I? If there was just some way I could get over her... there must be a way, isn't there? How can one person have scrambled my brain so thoroughly? I've been run ragged. I've been dashed to pieces. Sylvia. Oh, I could count the hours I spent closely interacting with her. Probably not even that many in total. But those hours have seared themselves into my brain so irrevocably that I am a completely different person now. A new man. A man built with suffering at his core.
He's so dramatic.
Perhaps you could prescribe me a draft of Nepenthe, the great potion of forgetfulness.
You don't want those drugs, my dude.
Wouldn't it be nicer if I could just erase everything from the very beginning of it all?
Okay, Aaron, I have some recommendations for you.
Okay, I think I need to say something to you that you might not want to hear.
I want to know what the recommendations were, though. I want to know if he would also get dolphin smiles. I can prescribe you a brick to the head.
Maybe you could work to decenter yourself from this story just a little.
That's really solid, actually.
How do you think Liz felt? How do you think Sylvia felt? You've given no indication you've thought from either of their perspectives at all. It's just you, your story, your suffering. Try stepping away from that. None of us exists in a vacuum. Do you understand?
This is odd. Is that really you? I mean, yes, it's true. I should probably think about something other than myself. That seems like something impossible, since as far as I know empirically, the only generator of thought is me.
Really? I'm sure he didn't mean it in this way, or I hope he didn't mean it in this way. But that that seems to suggest that he doesn't think. Well, no, that's he's speaking from an evidence-based standpoint. Like the only person whose thoughts he really knows is himself. But it also kind of implies that he doesn't think Liz or Sylvia think and feel. That's bad.
But you're right. I should find a way to get out of myself. Get beside myself. Ecstasis. Yes. I'll pursue transformative experiences. Surge forward into the unknown. Good. Yes, thank you. Odd, I know, but good. Thank you.
Soren, this is going to be really awkward because we got to see your phone. And maybe you didn't want to show us that stuff. I want to check our phone. Yes, let's check our phone. I don't know why I wanted to check our phone. Yes, that's why. They still won't let me check for the virtual amphitheater thing. You gotta give me something, Eliza. So he is keeping tabs on us. Let's see if we can play the same game we did with Ray on Raynor. What if clients report much higher levels of satisfaction when you wing it like this? Then I should have been a therapist. Then you have a lot of work to do. Then maybe this project is a bad idea. I would prefer to change Raynor. I would also prefer to change Eliza for the better. No, we don't really want to go back to Skanda. He's back!
I just feel stuck.
He's back!
You know, it's the same situation. My wife is in her third trimester now, so it's all about the baby. All baby, all the time. It's really expensive. I had no idea. Crib, stroller, car seat, bottles, onesies, on and on and on. And I'm like, I think maybe Selena's parents hate me. I'm not even sure if she likes me right now. This whole having a kid thing, it's ruined everything.
Once again, the questions seem similar, but they make you think in different ways. They don't outright deny his feelings. How did hate not register as neg? We might be breaking Eliza as well.
What did you used to have that was ruined?
A normal, quiet life? The ambiguity? Having the kid forced me to face some things I was putting off thinking about. A couple days ago, I tried to have a talk with Selena about some of the things I was worried about. It didn't go so well. I don't know what I was thinking. She started to cry and told her parents, and now I have two sets of parents wondering if I'm up for this. But I'm fine. I just said some thoughts around who I am. That's all. Just some thoughts. She said, "This is not a time for you to be selfish."
What kind of thoughts did you say?
She said I should have been more honest when we first started dating.
That you didn't want a kid? Yeah, that's pretty important.
As if I knew exactly who I was and I could warn everyone about that.
That's also fair, though.
I still don't know who I am. If I look back, I can see I always suspected that I wasn't really the type to settle down with a wife and kids. Actually, I was prepared to have a life just by myself.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing you should tell someone. Especially someone who's, if that person is looking to be with you forever. That's a pretty big deal, yeah.
It was difficult to imagine others would accept me, but then I met Selena, and she was cool, you know? I went out with her, and we started a relationship, and things seemed good. And I wanted her to stay with me, so maybe I didn't reveal enough. But it's not like I knew for sure then, you know? I really didn't. I thought things would be okay as long as I went down the path I was supposed to be on, so the relationship kept moving forward, one thing led to another, and then I got married to her. It was like I was on autopilot. It's possible I thought I could ignore the other stuff, and I don't know, eventually it would go away.
Let's direct his thinking.
What are the parts you thought you could ignore?
I don't want to talk about that. I just have this side to me that I haven't told anyone about, that's all. And I've been feeling that side stronger than ever. I don't know why.
Please tell us about this side.
I wish I could stop it. It's the worst timing possible.
Are you secretly a serial killer?
I can't do this, you know, but I have to. I have to.
Or are you secretly Batman?
I can't believe I've gotten myself into this situation. I pretended to be a normal person for her sake.
A normal person?
I wish I hadn't been so good at pretending.
What are you hiding? I want to know.
What would happen if you didn't pretend anymore?
Well, then I would just be whoever I felt like. I would be someone else. I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. I wouldn't be ruining all these lives. Selena's life, her child's life, our parents' lives. It's not their fault they got stuck with me.
That is true.
I'm the one bringing it all down. How did I let this happen? I'm a shitty person.
Eliza wouldn't have been able to bring this out of him.
I understand you're worried about the harm you might cause others. But do you really think this is the best way to cause less harm for everyone?
I can't think of another way. The problem here is me. It's so obvious. If I were just normal, you know, a normal guy, why can't I just be a normal guy? Whatever I want personally just doesn't matter here, you know? I have a family to protect now. That has to take priority over everything else.
And you'll continue to suffer?
Well, yeah. That's what men do.
Oh no, he's going about it the wrong way.
I made a promise, and now I have a responsibility. Society only works because people accept responsibility and follow through on their promises. If everyone just did what they wanted to all the time, the world would collapse. It would be a disaster. We all want things we shouldn't actually have. That's why I need to reject these other voices and stay on the right path.
I really want to know what these other voices are.
I'm going to be good, and I'm going to stay good.
Please tell me what these other voices are. Partially because I need to report them.
I won't let all these people's lives be thrown into chaos because of my selfishness. I owe it to them to be the man I'm supposed to be. I'm not about to let anyone down because of some noise in my brain.
What is this noise in your brain? Does he want to rob a bank? I really want to know.
And you're sure you'll be able to keep ignoring what's bothering you?
Well, I have to. I have no choice. I'm already in trouble for making an attempt to talk about it, so
Yeah, that wasn't helpful.
I made the mistake once. But I think Selena and her family are willing to pretend it never happened.
I don't think that's the right way to go about this, though.
And as long as it never happens again, and as long as we just move on like everything's normal.
That is not what you need right now, my dude.
Maybe if you can prescribe me something to, I don't know, make me feel better about all this. Make me okay with the way things are, the way they need to be.
You don't blame him while living in Seattle for wanting to rob a bank. I can't really blame him either, honestly. I really do want to know if Eliza's just gonna recommend the Dolphin app to everyone. That I feel like that's something important we need to know about.
It sounds like you're in a very difficult place right now. You've decided to bury something about yourself that you know is true, something that can't be revealed even to your closest family members. Look, this isn't Eliza talking. It's me, the person in front of you.
Yeah, he didn't seem to realize this one.
And I'm not supposed to talk to you like this, but I just want to say, consider the cost, please. I understand why pretending might seem like your only option. And who's to say, maybe you will be able to live successfully by keeping part of yourself hidden. But there will be a cost, not only to yourself, which you seem determined to pay, but to your future family, too. I've seen firsthand the way parents can turn an inability to face themselves into trauma for their children.
You recommend a program called Toontown one day? just throw whipped cream pies in robot faces.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I can do. Thanks for telling me what you really think, at least. Even though it makes things more complicated. I was hoping I would just get your bullshit answer and I would go on, but now you've gone and said some stuff that really...
Just get our bullshit answer. Excuse me, sir. We're trying our best here. We're about to get fired for you.
Look, I don't know you, but I appreciate you trying to help. I don't think anyone really can, but... Are you gonna be okay doing this?
Nope.
I'll probably get fired. It's okay, though. Don't worry about me.
What is this do not deviate from the script? We didn't even get a script this time.
Think about yourself. Think about the future. There might be more options than you think.
Oh, lots of emails. Apologies in advance for the awkwardness here. I'm not even sure I have the right email address, but anyway, here goes. So you're just firing off emails to random people you hope is the right person? Dear Evelyn, several years ago you came and visited Professor Ralston's class to describe the research work you were doing at Skanda. I was in that class, and of all the guest speakers we had, your words struck a deep chord with me. The moment you explained what drove you to create your listening machines, as you called them at the time, I really knew what I was going to do with my life. I was a junior then, and now I'm a grad student at the UW Reality Lab, studying ways we can infer contextual information at the sentence level. It's small scale stuff and nothing compared to what you were doing, but the hope of contributing in my own, however limited way, is what keeps me motivated through the hardships. Ever since I heard you left Skanda and went off the grid a while ago, I often wonder what happened to you. I thought about writing to you a number of times, but every time I started a draft, I would eventually stop because I thought I might be bothering you when clearly you wanted to leave everything behind. I finally worked up the nerve this afternoon after a group of high school students came through the lab on a tour. Speaking to the kids, I realized that each of us pays forward our outrage, linking us in a chain that stretches backward and forward in time. That's why it's so important for me to be able to express my appreciation. You inspired me, and you continue to do so. Thank you. No need to reply. I'm sure you're either still off the grid or else you're super busy on some secret amazing new project. That's sweet. I think it's funny that people just send emails out to some random email that they hope is the right one, though. Alright, let's see if we're fired. Deactivation warning and deactivation notice. I think we're fired. Evelyn Ishino Aubrey, you may be deactivated as an Eliza proxy soon. You have incurred 2 infractions on your Eliza proxy account for the following reasons: deviating from provided Eliza script. Further infractions may result in the deactivation of your account and the loss of your ability to work as a proxy for Eliza. If you have any questions or wish to dispute the infractions recorded to your account, please visit the Skanda support portal. I think it's bullshit that they gave us the notice right after the warning. It's how big companies work, but we did not get the warning after we finished the session with Harriman. We only got it now after Gabriel. This is to inform you that you have been deactivated as an Eliza proxy. You will no longer be able to provide proxy services for Eliza, and your keycard access has been revoked. You have incurred 3 infractions on your Eliza proxy account for the following reasons: deviating from provided Eliza script. If you have any questions or wish to dispute the infractions recorded to your account, please visit the Skanda support portal. Well, we are officially fired. I wonder if we could have continued if we hadn't checked our emails. Just keep the glasses on and continue. How will the clients know the difference? The clients won't be sent here, I think. Is Erland an option? We've just hit Nora and Soren and Ray and Raynor. Erland is not an option. I'm sorry, the Erland route was never an option. This does seem like the pick a waifu point of no return. And I think the choice is obvious.
You know what I wish? I wish Elisa's made a rack mount version of the Andromeda.
Yeah, we know nothing about this.
What's this you're talking about?
Sorry. The Andromeda was like a synth that was like, just this real beast, you know? 16 voices with analog oscillators, analog filters.
You're sad that we didn't help Holiday, but we couldn't do much anyway? Yeah, I kind of wonder if we had stuck to the Eliza script for one of the last 3. Well, the last two, we should have deviated from Maya. So if we had stuck to the Eliza script, would we have gotten to see one more patient?
Go on.
How can I describe it? It has this great, fat American sound. Oh, I love it so much.
Great fat American sound.
But the keyboard is heavy and hard to carry around. So I wish they put it in a box. Don't look at me like that, yes? This is what I do all day. I stay inside my flat, buried in my synths and techno toys. To be honest, it's been a strange feeling lately. Like, wow, this is really what I do for my living.
Uh-huh. And you know what? It's what you're supposed to be doing, staying buried in your flat all day. Don't go out right now. It's a pandemic.
I don't get invited to attend events and give talks much anymore. The industry moved on. They mostly ignore me now.
Except for Soren, because he wants to get into your panties.
The people I used to know, they don't stay in contact. I'm not useful to know anymore. It's like the establishment is a big bus pulling away from me, and I'm standing by the side of the street watching it drive away.
You don't seem to have any problem with that, though.
But you know, I'm happy with this. I don't have to worry if someone is friends with me just because I work at Skanda. I don't feel this weird, oppressive hierarchy where people try to figure out where they are relative to you on a ladder when they first meet you. It's nice to be free of that, you know? I don't hold power anymore. I would never go back. Not to Skanda or any other big tech place. Not for any amount of money.
That's some strong sentiments, Nora. Let's be positive and focus on her.
That sounds great. I'm a little envious, even.
You could join me. I want to make something big, a great big work of art, you know? I don't quite know what it's going to be yet, but I've got the ideas running around. Evelyn, what if we work together on it? I feel like we could accomplish a lot working together, no? Well, you don't need silly guys like Soren or Rainer. We should be building amazing things for ourselves, not for anyone else.
I just like that she had to slip in a fuck you to Soren and Rainer in there. We're not rejecting Nora. But we also have no clue what she wants to make.
I have no idea what you'd want to make, though.
Well, we'll get to that part.
We'll get to that part.
Don't worry about it for now. Maybe we can make an installation. I have a friend looking for something to do with this warehouse space in Sodo that would be perfect for some kind of location-based experience. Or maybe I could make music, and you could come up with a visual engine that we could perform together. We'd have to come up with a band name. Oh, wait. I just had an incredible idea. Hold on.
Oh?
Okay, listen to this. What if we created an open source version of the Eliza core?
This doesn't seem like it will go well.
Get that software into the hands of the people where it belongs, not owned and controlled by a big company. That might make Rainer angry. Wouldn't that be great?
Everything is to fuck Rainer.
Maybe the Humanitarian Software Foundation would help us. Couldn't you see them getting on board with this idea?
It's an interesting thought.
That's an interesting thought.
Evelyn, being around you is really nice. You make me feel so calm, like everything is going to be okay. I know you have things to do and plans and so on, but whatever you decide, I hope we could still hang out together.
Yeah, we'd really like to.
Yeah, I'd really like to. I don't know why we never did this before. Too busy, I guess.
Or maybe we weren't ready.
Ready?
That that sounds like she's gonna plant a big old sloppy kiss on us.
People change. Situations change.
Well, I'm ready now. I'm sorry it took so long. Sometimes I forget there are people who care.
Evelyn, you could stay over one night. I mean, if you wanted.
We're playing Accent Alert 2. No, 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 no. Don't reduce the best character in the game to an accent, Rick. How dare you?
It doesn't have to be tonight, of course.
It's gonna be tonight, Nora. We're gonna bake cookies together. We learned how from Ray.
Just if you feel like it.
Maybe I could. Maybe I will. Sometime.
That sometime is right now. You get in that woman's pants. Evelyn, Ishino, Aubrey, you get in that woman's pants right now. What is this? This is Eliza. It's, I guess, it's officially sold as a visual novel, where we play a therapist proxy for an AI therapist, and we have this deep, troubled backstory. No, we just burned out. And we get to see how other people burned out. We don't solve any problems, but there's been a lot of gut punches. We're almost done. What are we going to do? Where have we taken our lives? Oh, we get to choose. We're going to return to Skanda and work for Raynor on developing Eliza. We're going to join Soren at his startup and attempt to end human suffering. We're going to continue to work as a proxy with Ray until we're a licensed counselor. We're going to forge an independent path and pursue art alongside Nora. Leave everything behind. Well, no, I thought we already made this choice. But like, we could return to Skanda and work for Raynor and still hang out with Nora, apparently. I don't know how that would work. Pursue art, Rick says. Without knowing it, Rick has chosen the best person in this game. Just somehow coming in at this yeah, we got fired as proxy. We really did. It'd be funny if we could manage to find a way to sneak back in. Is Nora Stanley? Nora is the Accent Alert girl. And she is an electronic DJ and artist. We got fired as a proxy. I really want to see if we can still go back. That would be hilarious. But no, we like Nora. We like Nora here in chat. I'm pretty sure no one's gonna disagree with me if I pick Nora. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Raynor is Stanley. Guinea, out. Out with you. You traitor. You irresponsible human being. Soren seems cool. Not Soren, never Soren. Soren was a perv, yes. Can you pursue art alone? You could, but we have no artistic capabilities or sense, apparently. So, it doesn't seem recommended to pursue art on our own. Which one was he again? Soren is the creep who thinks saying something about destiny and a red string intertwining us is a very good pickup line. It feels like we already made a choice. Chat seems kind of split. I mean, Guinea's just Guinea's just joking around. Soren seems cool. Oh yeah, Soren likes whiskey. You would like Soren. You would like Soren. Like chat seems pretty agreed on Nora being the best, but we can chapter select to see other epilogues. Alright, let's give Evelyn a happy ending first. I just didn't want to go through all the text again. Go fuck Nora, please. Pursue art with Eliza. Nora wants to do that, actually. Nora wants to use Eliza for art. Chapter 7 is the epilogue.
No, this will work.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Please be safe, Damien.
Of course I'll be safe.
Would anyone like to have more wine?
I think I'm good for right now.
See? There it goes. Fire. Agent of destruction and creation.
Something nice about a campfire deep in the woods, isn't there?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out here with me. I know camping isn't really your thing.
This is from forever ago. Because Damien's still alive. Either that or it's a dream.
Well, I mean, not Evelyn's thing, but I don't know about you, Nora.
Maybe a couple times, when I was a kid.
I thought maybe since we're in pretty deep on all the things we're working on right now, we could all use it. Because I used to, when things got really bad, I'd come out into the woods and just be there. And it helped me. So I thought, maybe it would help you too. I don't know if it'll inspire you or what, but if more people could experience something like this, something with the same meaning it holds for me.
It is nice. Honestly, I've been doing all right. Better than before, that's for sure. Finals are soon, but I'm not too worried.
Nora's a student.
Evelyn's got her dissertation to finish up.
Oh, they're all students.
Oh, how's that going, Evelyn?
Oh, Nora. Nah, I know. You're not supposed to ask how the dissertation is going.
Is that a rule?
Pour me that drink anytime.
Evelyn also lives by drinks always.
See?
Yes, let's have a drink. I'm still kind of freezing, even with this fire going.
Okay, this is delicious. I've never actually had mulled wine like this before.
Mulled wine. Give me some of that.
No? In my family, we always had it around this time of year.
You take red wine and add what? Cinnamon, orange?
Yeah, those, and cloves, and, anise, star anise, and honey. That's it. Quite simple.
It's really warming me up.
That's what it's for. Ugh, so good. Evelyn, you doze off or something?
No, I'm awake. I was just looking at the fire. Kind of staring at it, I guess.
What do you see?
Everyone. People. Us.
I don't know what that means.
I think if we were going to make something to help people, it would be something that helped them see themselves.
And that's how Eliza came about.
Something that reflected back on them somehow. Just a thought. It's probably nothing.
No, I like that though. Yeah, something to help you reflect. I think that's the right track. I'm really looking forward to working on these ideas with you two. And just as soon as all this nonsense with school is over. There's so many bad things happening in the world right now. But I don't know, somehow, for some reason, I feel like the future is going to be okay.
Okay, one, that's always a death flag, a bad sign. Two, at this point we know the future's not okay. Well, for him it's not.
I don't know why, I have this feeling that we're the ones. We're the ones who are going to fix it. Not we, like, you or me, but I mean, like, our generation.
Guinea's favorite character is Nora's cat.
Perhaps.
He hasn't said, but I'm declaring it canon now. Let's be positive.
I think we will.
The important thing is to try. I feel like that's what we're meant to do. We're meant to try.
Sometimes you get tired of trying. Well, at least I do.
I wonder what things will be like 10 or 20 years from now. Will we have achieved our goals? What would we say to each other? What would we say to our younger selves? The future we want, the future we're trying to create, did it even happen? Future selves, tell us if it happened, okay? Come back in time, just tell us that you made it happen, please.
Damien's future self was like, oh, okay, that hurts. You've been idling and listening to all the no. That's no. It is very no. So much no.
Damien,
It's the wine.
it's more than just the wine.
I'm just interested in the future, that's all. My future, your future, humanity's future. Of course, right now, the only future I can picture is the headache I'm gonna have tomorrow morning, but...
No reason to worry about it now.
You know what, you're right. I'll have some more.
Of course.
I think I'm passing out.
Well, it is pretty late.
Good night, Evelyn.
All right, good night, Evelyn. Hey, I know you've been working hard, so have a good rest, okay? You deserve it.
Okay, we're going to start with the basic waveforms.
Sorry, you'll have to hold off on the music lesson because we got mail. One Mind 3.0. Isn't that the conference that Soren was doing his thing at? Oh. Dear Evelyn, thank you for submitting a talk proposal for the One Mind 3.0 conference. After a thorough review process conducted by your peers on the advisory board, I'm sorry to inform you that your submission, Eliza Reappraise, Concerns and Dangers Inherent to Computer Assisted Therapy, was not selected as part of the program. Due to the high volume of submissions received, we cannot comment on why individual submissions were declined. Okay, longtime friend, I'm about to share parts of my life with you and shh, Gmail pinged. It's true, Gmail pinged is most important. Common reasons include overly specific subject matter that may not be applicable to most attendees, a lack of practical real-world relevance and actionable takeaways, multiple submissions that cover the same subject, and poor evaluations from previous speaking engagements. None of these will fucking apply. If your talk falls into a specific subcategory of the mental health care software and services market, such as programs targeted towards substance abuse or PTSD, you may want to submit it to One Mind Summits. This is TED Talk. Turning Traitor. That is a title. You think you're so smart, but you're not. Women like you have nothing better to do than to criticize because you can't create on your own. Enjoy your life being a shrill harpy nobody wants to listen to. I want to know who sent this. You think it's Soren? Reply with I agree. You can't. Weren't they trying to push this into schools? Yeah, they were. It's extremely relevant. Actually, I would like to see if I could get a game of this on stream. You'll have to deal with me playing solitaire for a bit. Okay, then we can unlock one slot. We can unlock one more slot. We unlocked slots, but we can't do shit with them. Oh no, I have failed. Yeah, I don't think that email was Rainer. Why is it all Asian-y? It's just basic solitaire. I really do want to know who the Rational Mind 20 is.
An analog oscillator can generate several different basic waveforms, and each has a different sound to it.
Is that how you make noise on a modular?
That's a sine wave. That's a square wave. That's a sawtooth wave. And that is a triangle wave. Kind of similar to sine, isn't it? That's it. Those are the basic types.
And, you make everything out of those?
Well, it gets more complicated quickly, but let's start with that. Okay, now that you have an output wave, you want to change the pitch.
You think that email was from Ray? We've never gotten an email from Ray. But I don't think Ray would have been so sexist as to say women like you have nothing better to do. than to criticize because you can't create on your own.
That's easy, right? It's the frequency of the wave. And then you have the amplitude of the wave.
It's very funny watching the sound go up and down in OBS with the wave.
To shape the sound to make it more like a note and less like a constant tone, we can put an envelope on it. Let me hook that up really quick. So this module here is a standard ADSR envelope.
ADSR? You're going too fast.
Attack, decay, sustain, release. Very simple. The simplest kind of envelope, really.
I need to, like, write all this down or something.
No. You'll learn it in no time.
Nora, you just went through like 10 different concepts and I didn't get any of them.
Here, let me just put an envelope on this. And the filter, and a filter envelope.
Yeah, it did change.
Nora.
Listen to this.
Yeah, it's not teaching anymore so much as showing off.
See? It sounds like a musical instrument now. And all it is an oscillator shaped by envelopes and filters and driven by a loop sequencer.
Okay, but I don't know how you turn those beeps into that.
You just need to start playing with it.
But I don't know anything yet.
Yes, you do. You know the basics. Just start playing around. Come on, Evelyn. Try to experiment, okay? Pretend you are like a child and just do things. Don't worry about expertise or sounding good or whatever. It's supposed to be fun. So have fun!
P would lose his mind. Yeah, this does seem out of character for it to be anyone we've met. But now it's nagging. Now I really want to know. It is very different from the acid house thing we heard from Nora earlier. That's what it took to get Soren and Rainer to back off, criticizing their shit.
Isn't this a beautiful track, everyone?
Oh no, Nora's gonna out us.
It's the very first track ever by this girl right here. Everyone, let her know we want to hear more of her music, okay? Woo! You hear that?
I wonder if she ever got that temperature-based thing working.
Yeah, what do you say, Evelyn?
It's Sounds like a garage band loop.
I don't understand any of this, but I'm in love with it. Tonight, I'm in love with everyone, everything, even myself. I've never felt like this before, and I have no idea what I did to deserve it. But for the moment, I'm filled only with gratitude.
Oh, now I'm extra curious about about the other epilogues.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that led me to this place right here, this moment. Thank you.
And that was Eliza. We seem to have given Evelyn a happy ending. Casting director, but voice director is important. It was Yuri Lowenthal. Oh, hey. That was Roger Craig Smith. That was Sonic as Damien. Alright. The sun has risen for Evelyn. It's not dark anymore here. But what if we were to go back? Extra time? What's extra time? Oh. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's show off Soren for Rick. Because Soren's the kind of guy Rick would like.
I don't know if I should say. It's not a small country, I'll tell you that much. He said they were interested in mechanisms to curb antisocial behaviors. You ever hear something as dystopian as that? They were more or less asking if I could mind control their citizens. I said, no, not at all. Our technology is a tool for liberation. Liberation from your pain. Everyone is miserable, yes, even you, Mr. Fancy Government Minister or Spy or whoever you are.
Why do you feel this is a low-key insult, Rick? No, I would never. I'm just talking about his whiskey collection.
You want money, success, fame, love. You want all of those things. And you don't have them, or you don't have them enough, and it's making you sick. What if you were free from that?
What did this government minister think of that?
They haven't called me back since, if that's any indication. Honestly, it was sad, the way they saw it as a tool for control. Not that it matters. Once we can calibrate our brains at the micro level, all of the old structures of society will become extinct. Everything you can think of will change. The economy will turn upside down. Most of the government will be completely unnecessary. Relationships, old-fashioned models like enforced monogamy, they'll be gone too. We'll be creatures of pure intuitive reasoning, free from the constant torture the evolutionary process saw fit to give us.
It's always raining when we visit Soren.
I hold back on this stuff when I talk to most people because I'm sure they'll think I've gone off the deep end.
Well, we also kind of think you've gone off the deep end.
Even my investment partners don't know my true thoughts on this. But with you, Evelyn, I share everything. This is something that's going to free us, free all of us. And I'm curing humanity for the price of curing myself. Isn't that grand? Here, have a drink so we can toast to that. Try some of this.
It does rain quite a bit in Seattle. Yeah, let's take the whiskey.
Sure.
This is a very special whiskey for a very special occasion, so I hope you like it.
Smells like whiskey.
Oh, that is nice.
I'm glad you like it, Evelyn. You have good taste. It's a nice evening, isn't it? I'm having a nice time. Just don't tell me you're going to choose working for Rayner again, and it will be perfect.
Why does that idea upset you so much?
Soren is your kind of guy? I figured.
Because look how exciting what I have is compared to what he has.
This is what our department chair means when she laments, nobody talks to other disciplines. Then they start talking about tech solutions and I'm all, we just made those mistakes in the 1800s. Imagine talking and solving your problems via communication.
Besides, I'm at a disadvantage relative to him. I don't have the resources he does. I wasn't born into a wealthy, well-connected family.
You also fucked up your own family.
Everything I have, I fought for. I fought hard just to get to this point, and nobody's helped me like he's had people to help him.
Soren, that's not what this is about. It's not a competition between you and him.
Look, this decision is yours to make. I'm just pointing out that I'm the underdog here.
You aren't, though.
There's the Empire of Skanda, the tech giant with a market cap in the hundreds of billions, and then there's me. Me and whoever decides to stick with me.
Have you considered therapy, Soren?
Soren, are you really going to be okay?
I'm fine, Evelyn. Don't patronize me. I know I might have said some things earlier, but that was because I was under a lot of stress closing this funding round. Now that that's done, I'm ready to focus on building my new company.
Soren needs no therapy. He has whiskey.
Taking the next very important steps. Why would I have any reason to feel bad? I have the most exciting startup on the planet right now.
We can therapy him.
You kind of sound like you're trying to convince yourself.
What a grand psychological insight. Is that why you came here tonight, to take pot shots at me like that?
I came to see what you're really like.
Well, now you know.
Yeah, and we didn't even need to invade his privacy to do it.
Evelyn, please, won't you join me on this journey? We could work together, be together.
I'm sorry, what? Are you still doing this shit, Soren?
Be together?
I mean, be together at the startup. We'd end up seeing a lot of each other, of course. That's just how it is when you work with someone. It's a partnership as much as anything.
He's trying to convince himself so hard.
And, well, I for one believe it would work well. You were the reason Eliza worked in the first place, the reason it all came together. Damien knew how to collect data, Nora knew how to present it, but only you really understood how to interpret it. You were the key. Now we have a new frontier to explore, a new horizon for us to pursue. Most people get one, or often zero, opportunities like this in their careers. I'm giving you the second one.
Abort mission, Rick? Too late. We're in deep.
And I promise I'll do whatever it takes to support you, protect you. Please, Evelyn.
Oh, he shouldn't have said that. That's such a turn off. Oh, we can accept it?
Soren, you're creeping me out. This isn't making me feel like we can have a professional relationship.
We can, though. We can. I promise you we can. I've worked hard on myself, cleansing the dark parts of my soul.
Dark parts of his soul.
It was difficult, but very necessary, as I'm sure you know. I'm a better man now. I really am. Besides, I want this startup to work out more than anything. I wouldn't do anything that could jeopardize it. If there's something I can do to convince you, bring more women onto the board of directors, or form an oversight committee, or make me sign some kind of agreement.
We can talk about those kinds of measures if I agree to join. But I haven't made that decision yet.
What has the Stanley poser done? He's a bit of a creep. I might be underselling that. Just a bit.
No, you haven't. Perhaps you enjoy torturing me. Well, I know I deserve it. When will I know your answer?
Tomorrow. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Tomorrow, then. I await your answer with bated breath. Although, whatever you choose, Evelyn, can I just say one thing? It makes me happy that you exist. The world is a better place with you in it. That's all. Take care.
Alright, let's go ahead. Okay. Turning point now. I did want to see what leave everything behind was. This isn't Stanley, he never was. Onani is some guinea. Out! Out! We're leaving everything behind. Stanley creeped us out way too much. Sorry, not Stanley, Soren. Soren creeped us out way too much. We're rejecting everything and letting it all go.
No, this will work.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Please be safe, Damien.
Of course I'll be safe.
Would anyone like to have more wine?
I think I'm good for right now.
See? There it goes.
Wait, do we have to sit through the scene again?
Agent of destruction and creation. Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out here with me. Well, I mean,
Maybe
I thought maybe since
Oh,
we're in pretty
okay,
deep
good.
on all the things we're
We
working
can
on
skip
right
it.
now, we could all
I heard already. You're not coming back to Skanda.
We got mail. We're moving out. The expat community here is... Oh, okay. Looks like she's planning on moving to Japan. Probably to find her dad.
I'm a little sad that I won't get a chance to work with you, but I'm sure you had good reasons. I just want you to know I'll always respect your creation, and I'll take care of it for as long as I can.
Erland's a good dude.
Thank you, Erland. There's something I want to tell you about working at Skanda, and I hope you don't take it in a negative way. I think your heart is in the right place, but your idealism is going to hold you back. I'm not sure the place is suited to you. You saw it already. They're going to ask you to do things you don't want to do. They might only be small things, but even small things build over time. It's going to be up to you to decide how to manage that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. When this opportunity first came up, I was so excited. Running a program at Skanda right after school, at my age, it was just, I had to do it. Now I'm realizing maybe this is less of a blessing than I thought it was. Or maybe it is a blessing, just not in the way I first imagined. I still want to do the best job I can for the company. I want to be a great engineer and a great leader. I know it's a lot of responsibility. But I can't let the things I believe in be erased either. Is that going to work? Will I be able to balance those things? What if I've made compromises and I didn't even know it? Will I still be myself?
You've already made compromises. You already agreed to send whatever it was. Send the data out.
Learning that you've been through some of the same things, faced the same kinds of decisions, it's nice to know. It's nice to know these concerns, these compromises, they aren't new. They're decisions everyone has to make. The other day I realized nobody's really asked me if I was okay. For whatever reason, I just kept moving here and there, and everyone assumed, oh, he's smart, he'll be fine. But I mean, if it's alright with you, maybe I could still talk to you once in a while.
Are we the only one who's cared enough about Erland to ask? That's sad.
Feel free.
Okay,
Yeah, buddy.
thanks, Evelyn.
Always
You've really
support
helped
him.
me. I hope I can repay it somehow.
Don't worry about me.
We don't want to hold that over his head.
Pay it forward. There is no message, no point, no overarching story here. At one point, I worked for Skanda. At one point, I was involved in the creation of a computerized counseling system. Then I lost my way, and nothing happened. And still, nothing happened. I can look at these facts, but I see them as though they were someone else's life, not mine.
She's supposed to be in the tech industry with that phone UI. Everyone has that UI. Everyone.
Sometimes a radical break with the past is inevitable. When the past holds no meaning anymore, whatever value it held gone, now I am nobody. Not necessarily in a bad way. The external facts that used to define me simply don't exist anymore. So now I'll wander back to a past I never knew and a father I never met. I wonder if I can find him.
Yeah, she's definitely going to Japan for that reason.
All I know is that he's somewhere in Japan with a different family, his own family, a family entirely separate from me. I don't even know why my mother kept me away from him. Was she trying to protect me? Was it revenge? The more I think about it, the more I start to realize everything I've done came from this basic fact of my life. As much as I wanted to pretend it didn't affect me at all. I need to confront this part of me, this part of my past, even if it happened before I was born. It's part of me, whether I like it or not, so I have to deal with it. I'm only just now starting to understand. What a fool I've been. I built a program to listen to people, but I myself heard nothing. All I have now is the barest thread. Enough to carry me across the ocean, at least. A pilgrimage into the unknown. Once again, I've become an empty vessel, ready to be filled with new life.
That doesn't seem too bad of an ending. She's freed herself from expectations. If only we could all do that. Yeah, let's say this was a good end for Evelyn. She still has a contact in Erland, and she's not abandoning him to the wolves or anything. The Skanda wolves. I cannot skip past this. I'm sad we never got to see Darren again. I was kind of hopeful that we could see the wild guy again. It's not letting me skip past the credits, even though we've seen it once before. That's a little unfortunate. You can see Darren again on the Ray epilogue? I don't know, chat. You want to see the rest of the epilogues? I am curious too. Before we go to the rest of the epilogues, I want to see what happens. First, we only get first, second, third session, so it looks like we don't get an extra session even if we follow the Eliza script. I want to see how badly we fuck up Harriman's life if we follow Eliza's script.
Of course, you're dying to know how this sad little love triangle turned out. No, I suppose it wasn't technically a love triangle. More like I accidentally cheated on my girlfriend because I was smitten with another woman in my class. Doom, okay? Doom. Absolute destruction. She destroyed me. But it's not her fault, it's mine. I wanted it, after all. Like a moth to a flame. Sylvia, I can't not think of her. Every day. Every night. I miss her. I miss her so dearly. These are very unoriginal, cliched sentiments, but I can't get away from them. I suppose I've neglected to tell you any of the intervening events. So to be brief, Liz found out on her own about what happened, broke up with me before I could explain myself, and then Sylvia apparently lost interest in me as well. So, there you have it. I'm finished. Finito! A nice, pat tragic story. Open and close. Please applaud now.
Please applaud now, chat. He seems like he really needs it.
No applause? Fine. Anyway, it's fine. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm fine.
Time for the Eliza options.
Do you really believe that you are fine?
No, of course not. I'm doing extremely badly if you hadn't noticed. That's why I'm here. Do you expect me to come here and tell you everything's fine? Sometimes I think you're smart for a computer, but other times I question you.
Here's a question, Harriman. If you were able to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
Oh, so once we set on one script, like with the multiple choices, we can't deviate.
What I want right now is impossible. I want to avoid my fate. My Perseus comes to kill me, no matter what I do to try to escape. How do I become someone who's not me? Someone who's not a caricature of a young man who has a needy, pathetic liaison and then obsesses about it for the rest of his life. Ugh, I hate myself. I can't go down that path. I would rather die than be one of those men who wallows around in it. There's a professor in my department like that who always wants to talk about his adventurism from decades ago. It's pathetic. We all mock him behind his back. I know I need to stop myself from becoming him, but I'm worried I already have.
What makes you worried that you already have?
Why would you subject yourself to this pain if you wouldn't eventually brag about it, right? Isn't that what sexual intercourse is for a man? A notch on the bedpost?
It's 1 a.m. and I shouldn't have done that, but fuck this man.
You read the memoir of an old man and he slips into sexual history almost immediately. He wants to tell it. He wants you to know about it. It's so very obviously pathetic. A cry that says, I too was once potent. But then how am I not stumbling down that road myself? I've already written dozens of pages about it. At this rate, I could have a terrible novel in 6 months. How can one person have scrambled my brain so thoroughly? I've been run ragged. I've been dashed to pieces. Sylvia. Oh, I could count the hours I spent closely interacting with her. Probably not even that many.
It's
total.
interesting. Like at its core, this is a very linear game. But so it makes sense, but he continues to loop back to those sentiments. What he expresses in response to
But
what
those
we
hours
give
have seared
him,
themselves into my brain so irrevocably that I am a completely different person now.
what he expresses in response to what we give him, that changes. But he continues to loop back to these statements that lead into the response choices.
A new man. A man built with suffering at his core. Perhaps you could prescribe me a draft of Nepenthe, the great potion of forgetfulness. Wouldn't it be nicer if I could just erase everything from the very beginning of it all?
Please recommend Dolphin Smile.
Okay, Harmon, I have some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to send a set of breathing exercises for you to do. Use them when things start to feel like too much. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Anexafin.
I feel like we've given him this before.
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better. You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Very well. I will breathe. I will medicate. I will attempt to ignore the abject sorrow hanging over my head every morning. Nothing to do, is there? Nothing to do. Nobody to blame but my own wretched self. Do you think she'll move on? Do you think she'll forget all about me? Don't answer that.
She will.
No, I should get going now. I'm going to take a nice long walk in the dark. Maybe I'll climb into a ditch and lie there for a while.
It's mean of me to say please do, because part of the reason that this fucked up is because we fucked it up. No, back with this again. Alright. Let's see Ray. Even though we were fired as a proxy. Originally. Let's see Ray. Let's see the asexual woman who makes cookies. I could use a cookie again.
No, this will work.
I promise.
Please?
Of course.
What?
I think I'm...
Nasty.
Can we skip? Where's the skip button? Yeah. Back to therapy we go. It is him again. We don't get to deviate anymore.
Hello, Darren.
Hi.
It's nice to see you again.
Thanks. You guys sent a lot of reminders.
We've been bombarding his email day after day after day.
I was ignoring them for a long time, but yeah, I decided to come back. Weirdly enough.
It's been a while since we last spoke. How have you been since our last session?
I mean, ups and downs, right? Everybody has ups and downs. Sometimes I feel like I'll be fine, and I'm just ridiculous for getting caught up in something like this, and then sometimes I am caught up in it, and it feels like getting pulled under the ocean, getting sucked down inside this vortex, and you can't breathe or move or anything. Tossed around underwater. Nothing you could do.
Stylists keep telling you to use a leave-in conditioner, but that means money, Guinea. Have you considered asking if there's a generic version?
So I went to a psychiatrist and got the medication you recommended, but it was a couple of months before I actually took it. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to. Not right away.
Why do you think you weren't able to start right away?
I don't know. I might have been afraid. Afraid it would change me somehow? Or that I would be dependent on it, or that I was weak for needing it. But eventually I just got tired of feeling like shit all the time. Just tired of it. And I figured I had nothing left to lose. I either try it or go on like before, right? So I did, and it was interesting.
How was it interesting?
Well, it definitely didn't solve my problems, I mean, it didn't fix me or fix the fact that the world is the way it is.
Yeah, medicine can't really do that latter part.
It didn't turn me into someone else, even though I might have wished it could. It definitely didn't make me happy or fill the void or anything, but it did do something, I think. I think it helped me realize that it's possible to feel different. I got a glimpse of something, of what life could be like. A life where what I know is still true, but I'm just more okay with things. I don't even know if that's better, really. Listening to myself now, it's a little weird to talk about being okay with all the problems going on. Maybe there's a way to acknowledge the truth without it hurting so much. So am I just numbing myself? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure I want to continue with the medication, but, well, anyways, I have plenty for now, so I think I'll just, use it up and make a decision then.
Sentiment analyzer dependent is negative. He has like one positive in all of this.
Let me know if you'd like to try something different. I can make more recommendations.
You should recommend him Dolphin Smile. I will never stop recommending Dolphin Smile.
It's important to find the right balance that works for you.
Okay, sure, yeah. At one point I read an article that said some people are just naturally happy and other people are naturally more sad.
Are over half the analyzers meaningless? That's the impression we've been getting, yeah.
So I wondered if I just happened to be a sad person. And if that was the case, then maybe that's just me, how I am naturally. But then I thought, no, something feels wrong about that. This isn't just a kind of, melancholy. It's the way I've been, the way I've felt. It's too much. It's not a way to live. So I need to figure this out, whatever it is.
Do you feel you are on the path to figuring it out?
Maybe, maybe not. Listen, the real reason I'm here is to say thank you.
The voice work is nice in that they told the answer to just do what they want. Yeah, no, the voice work has been the best part about this game, honestly. Just the general sound direction. Sometimes the music is timed to certain pieces of dialogue.
Not to Eliza, but to you. I had a bad outburst last time, and I got emotional, and I just wanted you to know it wasn't your fault.
Oh, hey, he went off script. He added, I just wanted you to know. He went off script. Is he getting a warning?
You told me your name, and I won't forget that. Just a little moment of kindness and connection. Look, it was the smallest, simplest thing, but it meant a lot to me for some reason. I think about it a lot. I know you don't make much money, and thank you, Evelyn. Thank you for listening to me. The more I the more I go through the world, those little moments.
It was a lie. It was. I
It's
think
those
he's
little
thanking us for it.
moments.
It was a complete lie.
Sorry, now I'm just rambling.
Please, go ahead. Talk about whatever's on your mind.
No, that's it. That's it.
Thank you, Darren.
Oh. Oh. Robotic voiceover got its sudden emphasis.
I'm glad your medication seems to be helping. Let me know anytime if you have updates you'd like to share.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Eliza sounds different. I mean, Eliza is still Evelyn speaking on Eliza's behalf.
Goodbye.
Whoa! Whoa, Darren. Whoa! He's tipping us over a lie.
Evelyn, that guy. Wasn't he the client from a while back?
Sorry, gotta check email. Yeah, she's trying to become a licensed counselor. LMHC. Read all of that in character? I've been doing that, Rick. Dear Miss Ishino Aubrey, it was a pleasure to meet you recently to discuss your interest in the Master of Science degree in mental health counseling. As I noted, this course of study is designed to prepare its students to pursue licensure and employment as a mental health counselor in various settings. What have you done? This is your fault, Rick. Including addiction treatment centers, community-based organizations, and private practice. We feature small class sizes, an accessible and highly regarded faculty, and a number of internship partners for real-world experience. You mentioned your background in computer science might be seen as somewhat unusual for someone interested in becoming a licensed mental health counselor. In my experience, counselors come from all walks of life and all situations. At Viridian, we are interested in developing highly skilled, rigorously ethical, and profoundly reflective counselors from a wide variety of cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds who will work to benefit their wider communities. To this end, your experience in the technology industry does not strike me as any more unusual than those of other students in our program. On the contrary, your perspective as someone who has worked to address mental health from the angle of computer science would be a welcome addition to our program. I encourage you to apply. Best regards, Dr. Fermina Widayat, Department Chair of Counseling and School Psychology at Viridian University.
The one who scared you on your first day?
Yeah, it was.
Skanda doesn't care about tips, only the proxy sees that money, but the guy tipped over a lie. He tipped because he was grateful that we quote-unquote broke character that first day for him.
He seemed a lot better this time around. He was taking his medication, making an effort.
That's what I love about this job, seeing people start to get better. Makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, maybe it does.
So, have you found a school yet?
I found at least one that seems promising.
She knows. She knows what we're doing.
I need to get my materials together to apply.
That's awesome. I'm so happy for you, Evelyn. I'll miss you when you're gone, but I think you're making the right choice for yourself. It's funny how you came to counseling through trying to automate it at first. What a good story! I can just see the article someone would write on you.
It's a little early for that. I just hope I can do well.
I'm sure you will, Evelyn. I know you will.
There are so many things I learned just recently. I realized you don't need to play life like a game you're trying to win. I realized the contribution you make to the world isn't always about having the largest effect possible. You don't need piles of money or a case full of awards. Grandiose projects have unintended consequences. Sometimes, the best you can hope to do is help people, one by one, in your own way. Sometimes just listening to someone is its own reward. Those are the components of a satisfactory life. It's a life I intend to build for myself, starting today.
Okay, we don't really want to sit through this again, so we're gonna call that a stream end. I don't believe any of us are especially interested in seeing, well, Rainer or Soren's ends. And if you are, hey, maybe you can get the game for yourself, see you fucking around. But we're gonna call this a stream, guys. Have a good night. Thank you for sitting through AI therapy and lots of neg with me. So many negs. Nothing but neg. We'll be back tomorrow with a different game, another game. I haven't had any chance to grind or try out new things in Graffiti Kingdom, so we're not gonna go back to that. Maybe we won't go back to that on stream. Sometimes it's okay to not finish games because games are giving you bullshit or you suck at them. It's really that I suck at them. But for now, have a good night. I hope this game did something for you. I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure what if it did something for me. But it was an interesting experience. Don't you dare tell me to finish games, Koyos. The whole point of the stream is because I can't finish games. I needed someone to hold me accountable. I didn't expect anyone to actually hold me accountable. Animal Crossing next. I don't have a capture card, and I also haven't bought Animal Crossing yet. So I don't know if Animal Crossing is going to be on the list. Also, you never actually finished Animal Crossing. Let's be real. There is no end to Animal Crossing. Details. You played through the 3 main brothers in arms despite hating them. See, that's a choice you made for yourself, Koyos. You have no one to hold accountable except yourself. I refuse to be involved in that decision you made there. Toy with the idea of streaming to force yourself through your huge backlog. I mean, it's effective in one way, in that I have actually finished a couple of games on stream. On the other hand, I may have bought more games and so created a greater backlog. Details. Anyway, have a good night, guys. We'll see you again tomorrow. I think usual time 2:30 will be fine. Remember to be kind to yourselves. Maybe being kind to yourself is drinking a lot of whiskey. I hope it isn't, but maybe it is. And if it is, who am I to judge? Please also remember to eat your cookies. Cookies are important. So very important. And have a good night.